Hey, good morning.
Hey, Bill. It's good to see you, my friend.
How are you?
I'm well.
Probably a little crazy like the rest of us.
Yes. Is Todd going to join you?
He is. He's sitting. He's sitting on the sofa, but uh, he's my tech whiz, and he can't figure it out.
Nice. Hey, Todd.
Hey, how are you?
Good.
Now that's that. Oh, back where I was before.
Good morning, all.
Good morning, Samantha. How are you?
I am fine. You're a bit fuzzy, and not just because your face is covered. I don't know.
That's better.
Yeah, it's a little
Hey,
better.
Samantha, how are you? Bill
I
Samuels.
I am fine. And I think, Bill, I think the camera should only be focused on you and essentially the Maker's Mark big logo behind you, because it makes a day so much better looking at that for 5 hours than Kurt Heckman. So I think that's the way we should go.
Kurt's a very nice person. You shouldn't have said that.
He is a very nice person. Yeah, that is true.
With a face for radio.
That thing does get fuzzy.
So we're going to wait just another minute or two for any latecomers before we get started.
I'm afraid to touch it. Wait a minute.
Do you need me to make an announcement about these?
Okay. Oh, yeah. What's this mean? Change. Okay.
Hey, Pedro, it's Paul DeBar. Are you on?
I am. Good morning, Paul. How are you?
All right. So I don't know if you noticed, unrelated while we wait for the secretary.
Yes.
We published the plan for the National Quantum Internet on Thursday. We did it at the University of Chicago, but Maria Spirapoulou and Caltech was if you look at the 3 local area networks for the quantum internet, akin to the 4 initial nodes of ARPANET in 1969. There's basically 3 pods in the country that we're looking at. One's in Chicago, one's in Brookhaven in New York, and one's surrounding Caltech to JPL. So.
Oh, it's fantastic. I saw that I got announcements both from the University of Chicago, from Bob Zimmer. They sent it out to the Argonne board and the broader community. And then I also saw something from Caltech. So it's really exciting, Paul. It's a great thing that DOE is sponsoring.
And then we're off to, several of us are off to Mars launch, another Caltech
Yep.
endeavor, and some of the components that we provided for Thursday morning.
Okay.
It's terrific. Have a safe trip. It's actually riding my bike over the weekend by JPL, some trails there, thinking about how their latest package is off soon. So that's pretty cool.
I'm going to go ahead and start.
So JPL does have pictures of the Big Bang Theory cast who showed up at the control room with the peanuts and all that.
That's great.
Stuff.
That's great.
So this is Kurt, and what I'd like to do is go ahead and tentatively, am I not on? Okay. This is Kurt. I'd like to go ahead and tentatively start, and then when the secretary comes, we'll be ready for him, and if we have a little pause or delay before that, that's fine. So again, my name is Kurt Heckman. I'm the designated federal officer for the Secretary of Energy's Advisory Board. We're happy to be here in the National Energy Technology Laboratory. Initially, this was planned to be an in-person for all parties involved, but it has turned into more of a virtual meeting due to, of course, the COVID-19 pandemic. And again, really appreciate everybody's flexibility. And for those that did not get to come to NETL for this time and have not been here in the past, we're really glad that we're going to be here for the director briefly right before the lunch break. But I would encourage you sometime in the future to do indeed make a trip to beautiful Pittsburgh, home where I grew up in Pittsburgh, so I certainly love this area. But come to NETL and see the terrific work that they're doing here. So again, this is under the Federal Advisory Committee Act. This is a FACA meeting, so we do have, the public was invited. We do have members of the press listening in, so we welcome them. So it is very much a public meeting. And so we have a very good agenda today. We're going to be talking about the breadth of the Department of Energy's science, energy, and defense missions, just in hearing from the specific undersecretaries after we have some words from our secretary. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to our chairwoman, Vicki Hollub. Vicki, are you there?
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you now, yes.
Okay. I just want to say thanks to all those participating with us and those listening on the phone. I know we all would have preferred to be there to see that amazing lab. It's just as all the DOE labs are. I know it's very exciting and interesting. I'll just start out to say that I hope all associated with the lab there, those on the phone, hope your families and you are safe and well during this pandemic. It's been a challenge for the whole world, but I think the DOE has responded very well. Secretary Brouillette himself has done an amazing job to address all of the issues he's faced. And I know in his short 8 months, he never expected to have to deal with the things that the DOE is dealing with today. But the good thing is that it has not interrupted the work that's ongoing, has not interrupted the great work that the DOE always does in all the labs. So we're very appreciative of that and the focus that continues to go through the laboratory work. As we wait for the secretary, I'll just say that the other thing that's important about the meeting that we're having today is to stay connected with what's happening in the DOE. I know that there's been an effort through this and other venues to try to get information out to the public about what's going on, what work is being done. But there's a lot of good information happening. So to participate, stay involved, and stay engaged, the way to stay up on the progress being made on many fronts through the DOE labs. So with that, Kurt, do you recommend waiting a while or going on with the first meeting?
Yeah, so we could, I guess the secretary's not yet in the conference room. Is he there now? Okay, so we will.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay,
Can you guys
great.
see me? Where's Ryan? Yeah, can you guys see me okay?
We can hear you.
Yes. Now.
There you guys. I see all of you. That's great. Well, thank you. Thank you all for being here, and I apologize for my late arrival. I know you guys have incredibly busy schedules as well, so my apologies for that. But I really appreciate the opportunity to be here today to address yet another virtual meeting of the SEAB. Kurt and Allison, thank you for the essential role that you play at DOE in working with our SEAB team. You guys are doing a great job, and I wanted you to know that. And Vicki and Vice Chair Meese, what is Vice Chair here? Oh, there he is. Yep, I see him. There he is. Thank you both for your continued leadership of this group. It's very, very important to me. And I told you that on several occasions in the past, but I want you to know that I really do mean it. You guys are very special people. Your leadership of this organization is critical. And I also want to thank Bill Samuels and Kirsten Nielsen and Kay Cole James for the contributions that you have given over the last few weeks and months in various capacities. Thank you all as well for your contributions. I am really, really grateful for the advice and the counsel that the SEAB provides to the department and for its appreciation, as Vicki pointed out, of DOE's energy mission, our science mission, and our security mission as well. And these are missions that have served both our nation and our world. And today you're going to hear from each of our undersecretaries who will provide details on their respective efforts to advance DOE's mission. And when we met last in May, I spoke about our fight against COVID and the administration's efforts to reopen the economy. I want you to know that DOE's work here has had an impact, and it has, in fact, saved lives. Also in May, I outlined the work that we were doing to help stabilize the global energy markets and protect American jobs. At President Trump's direction, we opened up our Strategic Petroleum Reserve to store excess oil from U.S. producers. And as you know, we've received millions of barrels of crude oil to the SPRO, as we refer to it, which helped alleviate a shortage of commercially available storage. And we signed an SPR lease agreement with Australia, which is the very first agreement of its kind with an American ally. And we're going to hold 1.5 million barrels of oil that they purchased from U.S. producers, and we're going to hold that oil for them in our U.S. Strategic Reserve. The short-term energy outlook that's produced by our Energy Information Administration, EIA, for July shows that the daily Brent spot prices averaged roughly $40 per barrel in June. And while there's always uncertainty around oil prices, we expect the prices to average a bit more in the coming months, rising to perhaps $50 a barrel in the second half of 2021 as the inventories continue to decline over this period. While natural gas production is also expected to decline during the first half of next year, we anticipate that it will begin to rise again later in 2021. And these developments are setting the stage for what we think will be a very strong economic recovery. That's sort of an overview of our world. But we're here today to talk about something different. From COVID to energy, all of us on this call are aware of what DOE is doing. But today I'm especially grateful to all of you for agreeing to help me better extend that awareness to the public, to our stakeholders, and to policymakers as well. Our aim is to articulate DOE's mission, spotlight our achievements here, and to make clear the department's value to the American public. Our goal is to make DOE the brand stronger, more recognizable than ever, and to raise the public's understanding of the critically important work and the valuable link between our department and its national laboratories. As all of you are aware, the national labs are at the center of the fight against COVID, and we're proud of the contributions that they've made to our nation and our world. And I'll give you just a few examples. As I mentioned in May, our National Virtual Biotechnology Laboratory, that's a mouthful, is bringing the full range of our capabilities to bear, including artificial intelligence and machine learning, X-ray and neutron sources, and advanced manufacturing, all in the effort against COVID-19. And that group is working on projects in a number of different areas, and they include leveraging our advanced manufacturing capabilities to facilitate the production of critical medical supplies and equipment, PPE, developing new approaches to improve diagnostic testing, and accelerating the scientific discovery of the therapeutics against COVID-19. To give just a few examples of the results, scientists have used Argonne Labs' advanced photon source to characterize more than a dozen proteins, and these are potential targets for medicines and countermeasures from COVID-19, including one that allows it to hide from the immune system, and working with Oak Ridge National Laboratory, another protein that enables it to reproduce. Researchers at Oak Ridge National Laboratory have used Summit, which is one of the world's fastest supercomputers, to screen more than 8,000 drug compounds for 77 that have potential for use in the fight against COVID. And after the initial study, the team screened 1.5 billion chemical compounds against COVID-19 in 24 hours on the Summit. It's the largest drug screening study ever undertaken on a supercomputer. So Oak Ridge is using its advanced manufacturing expertise as well and capabilities to help the U.S. industry mass produce healthcare supplies, such as what I mentioned earlier, masks and face shields, and they're doing this in record time. Scientists are using the facilities at Berkeley Lab out in California to identify neutralizing antibodies that can help or be used as preventative treatments or potentially post-exposure therapies. In addition to that work, our Office of Technology Transitions has set up a portal on its lab partnering service, which will give America's innovators easy access to the essential resources and the ability to connect and partner with all of our experts at the National Lab. We want to make that as easy as possible. With the help of our labs and with the President's all hands on deck approach, I'm confident, I am very confident that we will in fact overcome COVID-19. Furthermore, let's switch gears a little bit. That's the work that we're doing with COVID. I'd like to switch gears a little bit and talk about what we refer to as a new chapter in America's energy story. From making energy cleaner to making it more affordable and reliable and diverse, the role of DOE in our national laboratories has absolutely been monumental. And in order for our department's mission to be even more effective, we must better inform the world of our work. We have to tell DOE's story. And as we look to the energy future, we see even more progress ahead and an even greater story to share. Through carbon capture, utilization, and storage, DOE and the private sector can make the most reliable fuels like coal clean. And through energy storage technologies, we can make our cleanest fuels like renewable energies even more reliable. And that's an important piece of work for us at DOE, and we want to tell that story. And we can develop tomorrow's technologies like small modular reactors, technologies that can one day deliver clean, reliable electricity to hundreds of millions of people, not only here in the United States, but around the world. We can implement the recommendations of the Nuclear Fuel Working Group report on restoring America's competitive nuclear energy advantage, which will strengthen and enhance our nation's global competitive and national security. We've spoke about this in the past. And when it comes to delivering the energy that we produce, DOE can continue working with the nation's governors and our innovative private sector partners to ensure that America's power grid remains fully operational, as it has been throughout the entire COVID pandemic. We can build more infrastructure, and through the President's executive order, secure the bulk power system, and we can enable American firms to secure our supply chain for its vital components by ending our dependence on foreign suppliers. But in order for all of this progress to continue, we must continue advancing the policies that actually encourage it. We must continue to fund scientific research at our laboratories all throughout the nation. We must let consumers and producers, and not the government, make the ultimate choices for our country in the energy marketplace. And we must continue to use innovation to deploy every fuel and every technology at our disposal. And since the innovation requires innovators, that's an important point. I just got back from the University of Chicago and saw some of the good work that they're doing there. We must deal with the shortage of STEM professionals by exposing more Americans across the board to STEM education and by recruiting a STEM workforce that is broad, diverse, and ready to add value. But as I stated earlier, in order to advance policies that enable progress, we must not only raise awareness of the incredible energy work that we are doing, we must also highlight the many things that DOE does that reach beyond energy. And we'd like to talk about that. For instance, last week, we unveiled DOE's blueprint for building the nation's quantum internet, which will connect all 17 laboratories as the backbone and join with universities in the private sector to create something that is truly, truly groundbreaking. When fully built, the quantum internet will bring untold benefits, much as today's internet has already done. And I'm proud that DOE will lead the way on that effort. We'll also have a vital role in the upcoming launch of the Mars 20 Perseverance rover. A science lab, Oak Ridge, is supplying the fuel. An applied lab, Idaho, is supplying the rover's power generator. And a national security lab, Los Alamos, is providing the SuperCam, which will search the planet for ancient signs of life and help prepare the way for future human explorers. And this is just a small glimpse of what our laboratories can do with capabilities like no others. And they are advancing America's security and advancing America's prosperity. In closing, I'd like to thank each of you for your advice and counsel, and for selflessly offering your time and expertise by serving on this board. I'm proud of SEAB and its tradition of excellence. I've been here a long time at DOE. This is my second or third tour, depending on how you want to count it. But I'm excited about how you will build on that tradition by helping us tell our story in a new way, and thus ensure that Americans understand that our goal of building a better and a brighter future for all of us and all future generations. Thank you for the opportunity to join you this morning. I look forward to our conversation.
Thank you, Secretary Bria. That was very motivating and exciting. Next, we'll move to Undersecretary of Energy, Mark Menzies, to give us an update. So I'll hand the call over to you.
You.
Okay. Hello, can you hear me? Can you see me?
Yes.
Yes, okay. I see myself in the corner down there. Well, thank you, Vicki, and thank you, Kurt, and Allison for all of your outstanding work in leading the secretarial boards in the council's office. Also want to thank each of the members of the Secretary's Energy Advisory Board who have joined us today. As Kurt mentioned, we had all hoped that we'd be able to gather in person for the SEAB update meeting, but circumstances being what they are, we'll look forward to a future date where we can all be together. But it is wonderful to all see you there on the screen virtually. I also want to join the Secretary in thanking you for your continued advice and input that the department receives from you. I am truly both humbled and honored to be with you this morning. Your thoughts and expertise help the leadership team here navigate the several challenges facing the department today, and do appreciate your time and energy spent with us. I'd like to begin this morning by posing a question to the group. What do each of the following have in common? First web server in North America, the discovery of 22 new elements, an infinitely reusable sponge to clean up oil spills, self-healing cement, the plutonium, fuel to power NASA's Perseverance rover on Mars, which I have the privilege of attending later this week, I think with Secretary DeBar and others, and helping to solve the mystery of what killed the dinosaurs. Well, of course, we know that each of these world-changing discoveries were made by the scientists at the department's national laboratories. Their award-winning, groundbreaking efforts across our laboratories. And yet, if I were to just walk down the street to Capitol Hill, visit with tourists, talk to federal workers, ask them the same question, they wouldn't really have any idea. And we think that this is a problem. Our DOE labs and scientists employed there have solved some of the great questions of history and improved our understanding of the universe. Our labs have made tremendous breakthroughs in technologies, making power production cleaner and more reliable and more affordable. They have improved 3D printing and helped power NASA missions. And yet, as I've said to many people around the country, the Department of Energy and its labs are essentially unknown. And it's our commitment here that we would like to change that. The U.S. Department of Energy and our 17 national labs, in our view, should be household names. Americans clearly have demonstrated an interest in energy R&D. We are a country of innovators. We are a country of first movers. And we have powered the science and technology breakthroughs that really have powered not only our national economy to greatness, but indeed improved the world economy. Names like Bill Gates, Elon Musk, Steve Jobs, these are all household names. But what people don't know is that even Elon Musk launched Tesla Motors, and Bill Gates powered TerraPower with the help of the Department of Energy. Now, while impressive, some might argue that those individuals' achievements pale in comparison to what's happening in our labs. DOE labs have produced 115 Nobel Prize winners in physics, chemistry, physiology, and medicine. There is not another organization anywhere that can tout that type of track record. And as the Secretary mentioned, just last week in Chicago, we unveiled a recommended blueprint for the development of the quantum internet, which was largely the work done and advanced by Argonne National Laboratory. Our National Energy Technology Laboratory, NETL, is involved in increasing the viability of coal to products industry, converting coal to high-value products that have applications across life science, biotech, medical, and agricultural sectors. 4 of the top supercomputers, of the top 10 supercomputers in the world are located at our national labs. The Secretary mentioned one. And 7 of our labs are leading in the fight against COVID. And of course, I could go on and on. All of that said, DOE and its labs should be household names. Nationwide school children should be learning about the groundbreaking work being done at our labs as part of standard K through 12 education in an effort to inspire the next generation of DOE scientists who can seek and challenge who can seek challenges and change the world. The department operates multiple STEM education programs to better promote labs, including virtual field trips that have reached more than 1 million students. But we believe that we can do more, and the department wants to do more. As such, I welcome input from the advisory board on DOE lab branding and boosting the national awareness of the work going on at our laboratories. We also face a significant awareness gap across our complex when it comes to work being done by our program offices, despite their numerous success stories. A few, just to name a few, the Office of Energy Efficiency and Renewable Energy is doing cutting-edge work in plastics upcycling and advanced manufacturing technology. Last year, EERE launched our Plastics Innovation Challenge, the goal of which is to transform used plastic from a waste to a resource through advanced technologies deployed by American companies. Our advanced manufacturing office's research efforts are producing breakthroughs in developing materials that can withstand harsh conditions, like those experienced in spaceflight, and improving our ability to produce the rare earth metals needed to make batteries and critical defense hardware. Our Office of Fossil Energy is also doing a surprising amount of work in the artificial intelligence and machine learning field. This office is making the exploration of oil and natural gas reserves more accurate and their development more cost-effective and productive through the use of artificial intelligence tools. Meanwhile, physics-based machine learning algorithms are improving the prediction and production of hydraulic fracturing while relying on less data input. Our Office of Electricity is supporting the development of augmented reality, virtual reality, and machine vision systems to enhance utility workforce capabilities and facilitate social distancing for utility crews. And our Advanced Research Projects Agency, Energy, or ARPA-E, is continuing to advance high-potential, high-impact energy technologies that are too early for private sector investment. Since ARPA-E's establishment in 2009, ARPA-E projects have resulted in the formation of 86 private companies and the approval of 609 patents. And since 2017, DOE has increased private sector follow-on funding for ARPA-E projects by 100% to $3.6 billion, further advancing key energy technologies that will strengthen our economy and national security. These examples cited merely skim the surface of the innovative work being advanced by DOE program offices. When you consider the impact of the ongoing work, both at DOE national labs and within our program offices, one might reasonably wonder if more could be done to leverage private investment to boost philanthropic opportunities, bring hard science technologies to market while advancing the mission of the department. This brings me to the topic of establishing individual foundations at our national laboratories. Several DOE labs, including Lawrence Livermore, Los Alamos, and Lawrence Berkeley, already have foundations that provide philanthropic opportunities to support scientific and educational endeavors aligned with the mission of each lab. While the use of lab-associated foundations for such philanthropic-related activities is well established, support for an expanded role for lab-associated foundations has been gaining some momentum within the DOE complex for the past couple of years. I feel strongly that individual lab foundations will allow the national labs to expand the commercial impact of their R&D portfolios and advance the economic, energy, and national security interests by transitioning technologies to the marketplace through the aggregation and deployment of private capital. That is why I've worked closely with the Office of the General Counsel on a memo outlining how to best ensure the activities of lab-associated foundations are appropriately aligned with DOE and lab missions and not counter to the economic and national security interests of the United States, how to avoid potential organizational conflicts of interest that might arise, and ensure appropriate oversight of work funded by lab-associated foundations. We would like to continue pursuing this avenue as a creative way to advance innovative technology transfers and American energy technology superiority. And so again, the idea of individual lab foundations is a topic on which all of us at the department would welcome feedback. I want to thank you again for your participation today and for your thoughtful input on these and other topics within the department's purview. Working together, I'm confident we can make our 17 national laboratories household names and expand the influence of our program offices through individual foundations at our laboratories, and perhaps working with Congress to establish a department-wide foundation as we go forward. So thank you very, very much for your participation today, and I look forward to your questions and discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Tucker.
Okay, we'll open it for questions now.
So Secretary Mendez, this is Kurt. Some of the questions that were put forth in the beginning were regarding what do you feel that the general public might misunderstand or not fully grasp regarding the energy mission in your organization. So what pieces of it do you wish the public knew a little bit more about?
Well, I remember being in elementary school and remember learning about things done, by Fermi, and knowing then that we had a Fermi lab, for example, in rocketry, and knowing that we had national labs in rocketry. And I remember sort of the Manhattan Project, and that, we had some of the labs working there. And then it sort of just fell off the radar screen, right? It's as though that was it, like nothing else much has happened. And it's sort of the same way, too, when you go into, in my case, in the energy fields, and not fully appreciating the fact that we have this national resource treasure and availability that essentially is known by those that have labs in their states or their regions. But short of that, all this national research and abilities to help private sector seek breakthrough, technological advances are just, it's simply that it's a hidden secret. And so, to the extent that we can help put together in place sort of a nationwide campaign to highlight our labs, recognizing, of course, that we can't talk about everything that all of our labs do, but we can talk an awful lot about a lot of what our labs do. As I was reminded when I was visiting some of my weapons labs. Thank you very much, to let everybody know. But so it's that when the other aspects to this is we have sort of a history of labs falling into categories of weapons laboratories, science laboratories, or applied laboratories, just sort of traditionally. And the concept there is you really can't talk about what's going on at the weapons laboratories, but by that you also aren't aware of other sciences that's being developed there and other technologies. On the science labs, it's generally viewed at basic R&D, so on the technology readiness levels, you're looking at the very early stage investigations on basic science. And then on the applied labs, it's as though they do no basic research and they only do figure out ways to have the science that has been developed and the technologies developed deployed. And yet, over time, these labs have engaged in a couple of, I guess, behavioral phenomenon that I think is worth highlighting. One, they have learned how to work both collaboratively, cooperatively, yet competitively to seek dollars from program offices which fund some of our research. So as a consequence, a lot of the silos are being knocked down. They collaborate more, and they come together to bring their best abilities to help solve specific problems that the department might identify. The other issue that you see, or the other phenomenon, is that the science labs have really developed a lot of, if I will, applied lab characteristics. So, our science labs now have applied programs that bring everyday practical use to policymakers as to what they're working on. So, as a result of all that, I think we're in a position to better help get the word out that this is all part of a department-wide effort and a nationwide effort to really drive science and drive breakthrough technologies and push them out commercially so that we can better the everyday lives of all Americans and, in fact, citizens across the globe. So that's kind of what our hope is by having this discussion and seeing what we might be able to do to push that idea forward.
Mark, I have a question. This might be already being done, and if it is, maybe it can be given more emphasis, and if it's not, maybe it is something that could. So the parents of the nation are looking at the fall and realizing that many or most of their children are not going to be back in the classroom, and they're going to have to be learning virtually. It seems like kind of potentially a wonderful time if the labs probably already have, as you said, educational modules. But think about something like this, where each of the 17 labs contributes a 10 or a 15-minute module presented however, whether it's graphically or a lecture or something like that for middle and high schoolers. And the department reaches out to the governors and says, hey, look, your school children, middle and high school, are going to be at home. The Department of Energy and the 17 national labs have 17 10 or 15-minute modules, some maybe for middle school, some for high school. Push them out to your school boards and have the school boards push them out to the parents. You could also have the kicker that, this 10 or 15-minute module showcasing like the coolest thing, right, that the labs think would really make the eyes sparkle of a middle or high schooler, that maybe then there's something interactive where the middle or high schooler could then create either or potentially project or something where they feel a connection to something that was presented at one of the national labs, right? Like, whatever one of the national labs is doing, some high schooler says, wow, that is totally cool. I've have an art project on what the next steps, what 50 years from now could look like with self-healing cement. I don't know. And the national labs could, pick the top 50 or 100 of them that come to that particular lab and send the kid a coin or a hat or, and then all of a sudden they're walking around, showcasing and doing Insta with them wearing an INL hat or whatever the case is. Anyway, it's kind of a half-baked idea, but it seems like a time that there might be a real willingness for parents to say, oh my God, yeah, give us cool content that our kids can engage on, get them excited about something. Anyway, just a thought.
Well, that's more than just a thought. That actually sounds like a very good plan. That Paul DeBar is signaling over here. I think he's enthusiastic about such an idea as well. Paul?
Samantha, we'll just go ahead and do it. We have a couple labs. Fermi produces a lot of YouTube videos if you want to,
I'm
look
happy
at,
to help. I'm happy to
she-
help. Yep, call me offline and happy to help.
yeah, no, it's, yeah, we have a couple labs who do it regularly, but not all of them. I like the video on the shape of the universe that Fermi put out amongst others. I'll reach out to labs underneath me, defer to Undersecretary Menzies and others, and Undersecretary Gordon Haggerty, and I'll just ask them to do that.
Great. Hi, this is Dan Durkin. I have a question. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Mark?
sir, we can.
Yes.
By the way, that was a
You may have put yourself on mute, Dr. Jurgen.
No, I don't think so.
There we go.
How can you tell? On what?
Dr. Jurgen, we can't hear you right now.
Wait.
You can talk now, Dr. Jurgen.
You can hear me now?
Yes. Yes, we can, sir.
I can't. Now what's going on?
Sir, I'm sorry, you're cutting in and out for your audio.
Kurt, I'm not sure the rest of us can hear Dan.
Yeah, we're not hearing him right now.
No, we
so
can't
he must
hear
be
at
having
all.
a bandwidth issue. Yeah.
I sent a note. I'll send it. I'll write something. This,
Certainly, if you want to jot something down, send it to an email to either myself or Allison, then we'll make sure the question gets asked, sir. You potentially could turn your video off, and sometimes if you're having a bandwidth issue, that actually helps a little bit.
Okay.
And then we can hear your voice.
see.
Kurt, Bill Samuels here. Are we still going?
Yes, sir. We can hear
Can
you.
you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Uh,
Yes.
What I liked about what Samantha said is what's been rolling around in my head ever since we got this charge is that people at the agency doing the good work are looking at the good work from what they're interested in, and not so much how interesting it might be to the people in the country. And so I think the real challenge is to get outside of the traditional way to look at this and measure what's interesting only from the perspective of what might interest, say, school kids in this, and any videos or any marketing communications that goes toward those kids has to be something that would stimulate and excite them. And it probably needs to be more focused on the future and tangible outcomes from this good scientific work being done. And I was wondering, does that capability exist within the Department of Energy?
So basically, every organization has got their communications group, and they try to push out the regular message of, the different aspects. And the temptation is always to talk about the newest, coolest thing coming. And I get that. That's great, and we definitely need to be telling that story too. But I think we're getting somewhat lost is maybe some of the things that feel a little bit more mundane to us, the ongoing management of, and Secretary Menzies alluded to several of them, like the Office of Energy. They're dealing with the power grid, and they're dealing with maximizing and protecting that, and they're doing terrific research on that. But it's almost like what that old song says: you don't know what you've got until it's gone. You have to wonder, what would the United States look like if the functions of the Department of Energy, particularly the applied energy missions under Secretary Menzies, if they stopped tomorrow. And that's where
the story.
some of
That's
the
the way to
branding
tell the
issues.
story.
Yes, sir.
That's the way to tell the story because that's the way people can relate to it, understand it, and appreciate it.
Yeah. So Secretary Menzies, when I kind of go through your org chart, I look at, just the big key areas: fossil, nuclear, renewables, often electricity, and then certainly cyber security. Which of these, here, question for you, sir, is which of these groups do you feel that the American people probably understand the least? Do you have to explain on a more regular basis, even when you're on Capitol Hill? Where do you feel there's any place where there's particular misunderstandings or particular opportunities?
Well, that's a very good question. One I really hadn't thought about, but I'm glad you asked me because it's given me a chance to actually put my thoughts into words on this. With respect to threats, the world of cybersecurity, that has changed more radically than probably anything over the last several years. And it's something that people can't see. They don't really necessarily understand it. But from the threat to our energy system, it's very real. It's becoming more sophisticated on a day-to-day basis. And where as we create more adaptive behaviors and we bring in new technologies to make our lives easier and more connected, we are in many ways making ourselves and more vulnerable. So that is a recent development, if you will, happening in real time, and that is something that we spend a lot of time talking about, and yet, of course, a lot of what we know is classified, so you can't really say a whole lot about it. But that's an area that I think just a whole lot of education needs to be made. The other area we see is with respect to existing technologies to get us to meet emission reductions goals. It's a wonderful thing to have goals in place, to achieve emission reductions, but you still need to be able to have the technologies in place to really achieve it. And so you see the conflict of engineering and physics and economic metrics, sort of coming into somewhat of a conflict with the aspirational goals and the desires of, all peoples to help reduce emissions and, to gain environmental goods and maintain its values. Just fundamental things, breakthrough technology, the storage, whether it's battery or other types of storage just for basic electrons, is still something that people don't fully understand. Pedro has, is in a leading position there. I think I'd mentioned the last time here, he had announced 770 megawatts of storage on his system, which I think will be peakers to meet load. But he's at the front end of that. Most people think that we have that ability right now, and so that's an area where we still need to push hard and spend a lot of time and effort and resources on the battery storage and other types of storage so that we can help bring on and accommodate more of the variable resources, the wind and solar, et cetera. We still need some breakthroughs there, technologically speaking. So that takes a bit of education as well. People think that Americans can solve all the problems, that if you put a goal out there, much like we did on putting a man on the moon, you set a goal out there and the scientists and the investors will all figure out a way to do it. We find that now to make these, we've made tremendous gains, but to make the next incremental gains takes that much more effort and research to make that next breakthrough. So I find that we spend a good bit of time in just on technical assistance, whether it's policymakers at the federal level, whether it's members of commissions at different states that want to implement certain policies. We spend a lot of time on just the technical aspects of what's doable, what's not doable, what's affordable, what's not, and how can you make things happen. So those are two areas, that come to mind right away.
That's great.
Hi, this is Tom Rosenbaum. I wonder if I could just make some general comments, and I thought I would make them from the perspective of another institution, Caltech. That's a well-kept secret. So unfortunately, we've been trying to think about some of the same issues that you brought up, although our portfolio is not nearly as broad as the Department of Energy. But one thing that I think is very important is that you think about which audience that you're trying to address, and the messages need to be crafted very differently depending on the audience. So you've talked about the general public, which is a hard one, but that of course requires pretty broad, messages, no assumption of particular expertise in science and all. So it will require a certain type of outreach. Congress, of course, is another very important audience for DOE, and you'll want to craft something differently there. Scientists probably know about DOE, but a lot of them probably don't appreciate the opportunities. Students, like Samantha was talking about, particularly STEM students, I think could be inspired, and the DOE could be helping the next generation of students actually fall in love with science. Which brings me to some of the topics that you've been talking about. There are just so many. The question is, how do you focus? And does it make sense to have a campaign that centers on certain areas? So you mentioned sustainability. It's come up in a number of ways. I mean, certainly at Caltech, young people are very motivated. And I would bet that most people don't appreciate that TOE is in the lead in terms of, you said, battery technology, in terms of artificial photosynthesis, creating leaves that are better than Mother Nature can do, things like that. AI, of course, and since I'm learning a lot about this on task force right now, but it's clearly young people see their future, a lot of them, and the big machines and big computers that are in the labs and the amount of data that's in the national laboratory systems is remarkable. And then you have the quantum internet, which DOE just announced and is in the lead. And if you're talking about the future 20 years from now, that's probably it in quantum computing. So I think the combination of audience and focus is, as you lay out a campaign, are important elements to consider. And I want to make one final comment, which was about philanthropy, which I thought was a fascinating aspect of this. I think there's a natural barrier, which is people say, well, the government is funding this, why should I contribute? But in fact, if you look at physical sciences, as you know, and engineering, the DOE system is the primary supporter of it, and it is overshadowed by far by medical funding. And so the question is, how do you approach potential philanthropists with the notion that this is part of America that is critical to its future, where they can play a role? And my suggestion there is maybe to get in touch with the Science Philanthropy Alliance, which has been trying to grapple with these sorts of issues, which is a number of foundations that are interested in supporting science, a number of universities. I think they would welcome the conversation in that one. Anyway, but thank you for your leadership in these areas.
Thank you, and thank you for your remarks and comments. They're very helpful and insightful.
This is Pedro Pizarro. Weigh in here a little bit. Just want to say thank you as well. Appreciate the gathering today and the remarks. I was thinking something similar along Tom's lines around the different stakeholders, and it struck me that if I compare just two sets of stakeholders, one is say our industry, and the second would be folks in Capitol Hill. There's been a partnership that's been built up certainly between our industry and DOE that's been incredibly beneficial. And so I think that, certainly my peers across the country understand the depth that DOE has brought certainly to the electric sector and to other energy sectors. But that's been because there's been a real sense of partnership there and working together on tough issues like cybersecurity and resiliency, and continued shout outs to people like Bruce Walker and Alex Gates, and DOE, who've been doing a lot of the heavy lifting in areas like resiliency, the new executive order on supply chain and cybersecurity. I contrast that with Congress, which has been very supportive. And I think, one of the successes, frankly, of your period of leadership for DOE has been the strong support on Capitol Hill for the science budgets at DOE. Yet at the same time, when I'm talking with individual members of our delegation, for example, I don't think they understand the depth of science support at DOE for areas that they care about a lot, particularly, say, the California delegation. A lot of the folks there care about, Secretary Menzies, were talking about technologies for emissions reduction or for storage. They don't realize that, under your leadership, there's been a significant upsizing of the funding for those technologies. So even in Capitol Hill, which has been a receptive audience and one that's been supportive at the individual member level, I think there's probably more that you can do to make sure that people understand that there's a, frankly, bipartisan, nonpartisan, science-focused story that's continued to be very supportive. So even yesterday, I was doing an interview with one of the major newspapers talking about the energy landscape. And I put my plug in for the continued, progress that's been happening at DOE across technologies that we care a lot about, for broader purposes. So lots of opportunities to tell the story more strongly.
Well, I appreciate those remarks, and you're right. We are successful only if we have the trust of, industry and the taxpayers, to be honest. I think that the policymakers look to us to be good stewards of the resources that they have provided us. And we are committed, of course, to ensuring that those resources be utilized and put to work. And for us to develop our priorities in a meaningful way, we have to be able to draw on folks like you that know the importance of what we do and our earnestness and our commitment to you all to do the right thing with the resources that we have. So it is, we all have to sort of pull in the same direction. And generally, when you get away from, a lot of the rhetoric, when we all are working together, it's not really surprising to know that we have a whole lot more in common than most people think. And we work very well together, really from all sides. But it is important that we do maintain that great relationship, really, with with the private sector and with industry, because that's where we know that what we do, we can see the fruits of it, and it can get out and have real application, and people then buy into what we're doing by saying it's changing our lives in a meaningful way. And so I appreciate those comments, and it's really through the leadership of the folks on this call that we're able to be as successful as we are.
We'll just add one final addition is that we think of DOE as a very large machine, and the innovation working group that a number of us have been a part of. We've been giving some thoughts on how you can help stimulate further innovation. But the reality is that your very large machine has also proven incredibly flexible. So whether it's the pivoting to go work on COVID, or another example near and dear to me, wildfires across the West, you have your team has done a hard left turn to help out with bring technologies not only from DOE, but also has helped us partner with agencies like FAA to get tools needed for the battle here. So I've just been very impressed by that flexibility from what is otherwise a very large machine.
Thank you, Pedro.
Thank you, Secretary Menzies, and thank you, Dr. Pizarro. We also have a question from Secretary Nielsen. Are you there? You had your hand up. Kirsten Nielsen, can you hear us? All right. maybe we can't hear you. Dr. Jurgen, you also sent a question. I think maybe we can hear you now. Could you try again?
Well, can you hear me now? I've turned off my video.
Yes, we
Does that
can
make
hear
a
you.
difference?
Yes, excellent.
Sounds like you can't hear me.
No, we can hear you fine, sir.
Oh, okay.
You go ahead.
Okay. My question was a very basic question about communicating with the public. And obviously, people don't comprehend why is science in the Department of Energy, and you can't be the ministry.
So that's a great question that I suspect both Secretary Menzies and Secretary DeBar will both have to answer, is why is science in the Department of Energy as opposed to the Ministry of Science? And that's going to be a big, broad topic on its own, I assume.
Yeah, it's obvious. What it is, but it's.
I'll defer to the Undersecretary of Science on that question.
So, going back to awareness and various subsegments of the public, as President Rosenbaum kind of went through previously, there's different awareness levels, I think, of that topic, but to a large degree, obviously, DOE is the National Lab Complex, and that's where we came from, and the missions came out of the complex. Not to devolve too much into history, which I easily do, but at the end of World War II, with Vannevar Bush, who was running science and technology for DoD, and the predecessor of DoD, decided to use those labs and to expand upon them to not just do defense work, which was the origin, obviously, of us in the complex, but to broader sciences. And I think, and to really be able to match the sort of capabilities that the Planck Institutes in Germany had been a bit of a leader in back when. And I think that given that the integration of discovery science to the applied energy and applications across the applied applications, in particular energy, but also in defense, are integrated, and it's hard to put a line between it. One of the things that I have a problem with, I think, in terms of philosophy, which I still run into in various aspects, is that science programs should never have an applied use, right? Because that's not science. And that at the line of when it gets too close to something that's useful, it should be handed off to somebody else. And I think one of the innovation problems for the country and the world that I think U.S. does an okay job at, but we can do a better job, is that evolution of innovation is not digital; it's analog, it's quantum. Sorry, I'm going to devolve a little bit into the topical point, in which if something is developed at a discovery science phase that could become applied, that many times innovation culture and the history of the place is, well, I'm just going to drop it and hopefully someone will pick it up and try to turn it into something applied. When in reality, to make that more applicable, you need a continuous function. You need to have some sort of continuous handoff rather than dropping it and hopefully someone will pick it up. And so, why is science, in DOE, right? It's because, that continuous nature is actually how real life works. And in reality, we need to try to not only do it as well as we're doing right now, but we actually need to continuously do it better. I think we do it better than any place else in the world. And the long list of applied areas that Undersecretary Menzies went through is an example of that, but we could absolutely do better.
That's terrific. Any other questions for Secretary Menzies? I will tell you that obviously this is the beginning of the conversation on branding, and that we really needed to hear from the Secretary and the Undersecretaries about the pieces of their mission and get a little bit more broad experience on the different parts of the mission that need to be better understood. It's a bit of a puzzle. I've been at the Department of Energy, it'll be 2 years next month, and I'm just starting to be able to find my way around the building and know who does what at a certain level. And, you know, maybe I'm not the sharpest tool in the shed, but there's a lot of Americans that need to understand more and more about what we do. And I think that's what this group is trying to do, is come up with the ability to have that roadmap so that people can understand more extensively. I mean, I think the DOE does a terrific job of sending out information in volumes. And the part of that is, you know, always talking about the newest, best thing. But anyhow, so this is the beginning of the conversation. We're going to go more and more into depth. And I'm looking forward to the SEAB diving deeper into each one of the core mission segments. So any other questions for Undersecretary Menzies? If not, we're probably going to move a little bit ahead.
Kurt, I'm sorry, it's Kirsten Nielsen.
Oh, great. Kirsten, yes.
And I apologize, I dropped off to try to get the audio fixed, so I might be saying something that was already said, so apologies in advance. But first of all, good morning, everyone. I wanted to just follow up quickly on what Thomas said, and then a little bit about what Pedro said. When we had our subgroup meeting before this, we talked a bit about the concept of stakeholders and audience, and I just want to, for the rest of the group, just provide quick thoughts on kind of what we had talked about, which is there are so many different things the Department of Energy to communicate. So one way to break it down is to look at stakeholders, as has been suggested. We had a bit more expansive list to include Congress and American people, which of course was mentioned, but also Kay had mentioned employees, and we talked about allies, we talked about state, local governments, critical infrastructure owner operators, the interagency, and then I know philanthropy was raised, but associations as well. And the concept there was, we talked a little bit about what is the purpose of the communication. So once you have sort of identified the audience, you go through the high level of who, what, where, when, why. So what is it that we, the Department of Energy, can do for you? And that's that buy-in that somebody mentioned. What is it that you can do for the Department of Energy? How can we collaborate? And sort of the why being very important. Why should you care? So as we think through the DOE portfolio and a given audience, what is the purpose of the communication that we're trying to make? And then the last part is sort of the how. And I just also wanted to chime in support of Samantha's idea. I think video, and certainly within the context of raising STEM in general, the concept of a educational module makes a lot of sense. But video in general is a great way to communicate, especially these days. So that might be a way, once we figure out the who and the why, if you will, to kind of walk through. And for the Undersecretary, I just wanted to chime in on your comments about cybersecurity. And I do think as we move forward, the role the Department of Energy plays, not just with the grid and securing distribution and generation of all types of energy, but more importantly, as a source of subject matter expertise, that is very important to communicate. And again, first and foremost, to perhaps the critical infrastructure owners and operators, state, local governments is slightly different than the broader set of DOE portfolio. But I did want to pick up on that point because I do think if we're parsing which parts of the Department of Energy to communicate, that would definitely be on the top of my list. Thanks, Kurt.
Thank you.
Yep. Thank you, Secretary, for those comments. And I'm reminded, I mean, some of the more exciting things that we're working on are things on the energy system. Under Bruce Walker's leadership in the Office of Electricity, we've established the modeling for our North American energy resilience model. And this is a first ever program that the department is putting together where we've worked with DHS and DOD in identifying a defense critical infrastructure, but that led into ensuring that we have the capability of ensuring that during times of stress on the system, be it man-made or natural, that we have electricity to power our critical infrastructure. So we've had a great partnership with our sister agencies, and we have, with our labs, have been able to, put together the initial modeling, and we've moved from static modeling now to, to approaching interactive. So that's very exciting. It's a first of a kind. One would have thought that if the government did anything, it would have had that in existence before. So we're very excited about that. But thank you for reminding me of that. These are things that we've instituted here just in the past couple of years. But we hope that these will be enduring institutions that will ensure our security for the coming decades, but also serve as a real reminder of the obligations of those that come after us on ensuring the basic things, security of the grid, working of the grid, and with energy security comes our ability to be able to maintain a strong economy. So these are some things that we just don't always get the word out, as to what's good happening at the Department of Energy.
Very good. Any other final questions for Secretary Menzies? Because I know he's on a little bit of a tight schedule, so we want to accommodate him if we can. Any other questions? I'm sorry, Allison.
Norm trying to say something? Augustine?
Mr. Augustine? We can't hear you, Mr. Augustine. All right. Mr. Augustine, we couldn't hear you, but if you want to send a question in by email, we'll definitely get that to the right parties. Okay, so I guess with that, unless there's anyone chimes in, we're going to go ahead and shift gears and let Dr. Anderson here talk about this laboratory that we're at today and part of its mission.
Well, first, welcome and thank everybody for the patience as we moved into this SEAB meeting. And I know we originally were planning and being prepared here at NETL to host everyone in person. And we appreciate the flexibility and we're happy to be flexible because it's not every day you get an opportunity to host the SEAB meeting, and at NETL we're definitely excited to have you all here. So I wanted to take an opportunity, first to thank you all for having me having a chance to discuss NETL and what we're working on, and I know as the Secretary of Energy Advisory Board, you all are very familiar with our laboratory system, but if you're familiar with us in a whole, as a group of 17 national laboratories, what may stick out is NETL is a little bit different than the others. We're the one of the 17 national labs that is government-owned, government-operated, which means I'm the only SED of the 17 lab directors, and so it makes us a little bit different. And it's a model that has served us well for now 110 years. By some measures, we're the oldest laboratory in the system. By others, we're one of the youngest. But our mission, as you can see on the screen, is to discover, integrate, and mature technology solutions to enhance the nation's energy foundation, protect its environment for future generations. But focusing on that first part, discovering, integrating, and maturing technology solutions, this is where that go-go nature really comes to fruition. Not only are we doing discovery science, we're doing discovery science, applied science, and then even some pilot-scale work. It is that integration of the research that we're doing in-house at the laboratory with the work done across the program in fossil energy. And as you'll see, we in fact serve not just the fossil energy program, but EERE, CSER, and the Office of Electricity. And so we have this really unique opportunity as the lone go-go to be able to take the entire portfolio, integrate it really seamlessly all the way from a federal researcher who is across the plateau here in Pittsburgh today working in a laboratory all the way through to the assistant secretary when we start looking at the design of the portfolio, the fossil energy strategic vision plan, how that fits in with the Department of Energy's strategic plan, and have a direct impact on the fossil energy roadmap. And so we've been at this for quite a while, and I think we're pretty good at trying to integrate across the entire program. So Brian, if you could go to the next slide. I mentioned that we're one of the oldest national laboratories, and when we look at our history of the national laboratories here in
I'm having a hard time hearing. I'm not sure everybody is on mute. I'm not sure if maybe it's, I'm not sure if anybody else is having a hard time.
I was too, Samantha.
Yeah, Samantha, I appreciate the comment. Yeah, I think that was a keyboard. And so perhaps you can hear me better now. I'll take that as a yes. And so in 1908, there was a spate of mine explosions here in the Appalachian coal fields. And Congress created a laboratory, a national laboratory, to study the ways to make mining safer. And out of that began our coal research here in Pittsburgh in 1910. That, if you follow it through over the course of a century, has become the site that we have here in Pittsburgh that we share with CDC's NIOSH facility, which is actually the facility that does all the testing for N95 masks and certifying N95 masks. We share a site. And so that coal research began in 1910. In the Second World War, our Albany Research Center started designing alloys and metals for the Navy. And at the end of the war, in 1946, our Morgantown site was the gas synthesis gas or gasification facility for the country. And so we've been around for a long period of time, and we all have, those three sites have now come together to make up what is NETL today. And Brian can go to the next slide. And so we are three physical laboratories across the United States. We have 900 R&D projects across 50 states. Each and every state has a performer on our projects. And we're managing, and so this is that go-go nature, we're also managing a portfolio that's about a $6 billion research portfolio. And some of that is done in-house, but most of it is done extramurally. So Brian, the next slide. Our infrastructure at NETL, 165 laboratories, and certainly apropos to the COVID situation right now, we spent about a month, pretty much the entire month of June, coming up with the appropriate protocols to open and reopen each and every one of those laboratories. So today, we have all 165 laboratories across the NETL complex open with appropriate social distancing protocols, with researchers rotating their schedules to ensure that we're minimizing contact. And I have to really give a lot of thanks and applause to our facilities folks, our laboratory operations, for us to be able to continue the good work that we're doing here at NETL during this pandemic. On the other side, when we look at the program budget, and Brian, if you go to the next one, we are stewarding, as I showed earlier, $6 billion in total, about $1 billion a year of budget that you can see is almost half coal, but a significant amount in EERE, CSER, and the Office of Electricity. And we haven't missed a beat. And what's been just amazing across the NETL workforce is our ability to jump into a telework status very quickly. I gave folks, I think, 48 hours notice to vacate their offices and begin teleworking. But we tested the systems and knew that we could do it. As a matter of fact, we've been able to keep productivity, particularly when it comes to program management across the 4 different program offices, keep productivity at its highest level. And it's been just absolutely tremendous to maintain those relationships with the stakeholders. When we think of the brand of the Department of Energy, we've been actively managing those relationships with the stakeholders throughout this entire time, again, without missing a beat. So Brian, the next slide. But we are considerably more than just program management. When we think of the in-house research that we do, and Brian, can you go to the next slide, the sites? The research that we do has historically served not only fossil energy, but many different energy industries across the various sectors. Now, certainly, we have boasted about our research 30 years ago and pioneering hydraulic drilling and fracking technologies with other extramural partners like at the time Gas Research Institute and what eventually became the unconventional hydrocarbon industry. But we're working on things today that'll again revolutionize the energy industry. And so to get a picture of our 3 sites that we have, certainly geographically spread out across the United States, in Oregon, we continue the work in alloy development and metals development and have one of the premier laboratories in the ability to cast and test large-scale alloys. And so when we think of the department's impact and the National Lab impact that may even spread outside of the Department of Energy, our folks in Oregon have created metal that goes into a heart stent that is in fact used worldwide today. And so the types of fundamental science advances that we make within the Department of Energy do have those broad impacts across many different sectors and not just energy. When we look at our 2 eastern sites in Morgantown, West Virginia and Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, here at the Pittsburgh site, what we call functional materials are things like catalysts or even membranes that might separate CO2 from the atmosphere. We've been working on direct air capture for nearly a decade. We've been working on carbon capture utilization and sequestration now for just over 25 years. And in fact, some of our advances are with our partners have created the opportunity for large-scale CO2 sequestration, eventually possibly leading to net zero or even net negative technologies. And in Morgantown is where we house our supercomputing infrastructure, where we have one of the leading codes in computational fluid dynamics. And when we apply computational fluid dynamics, it doesn't just work in the energy sector. Our leading code for multi-phase flow is used across the board by nearly 10,000 users across the world. And the applications are certainly not all just in the energy space. We do maintain 2 strategic offices, one in Anchorage and one in Houston, Texas as well. Go ahead, Brian. But when we focus on what we're good at NETL, the core competencies are listed there at the top, and it's in computational science and engineering, materials engineering and manufacturing, geological environmental systems, energy conversion engineering, systems engineering and analysis encompass the 5 core competencies in our research side, and then program execution and integration is casting back to our mission the integration of research, not just the in-house research, but the extramural research. And so we have developed that model of being able to take what we do in the laboratory and couple it with what our 600 different partners do in their 900 research projects that we're managing. So if you notice across those core competencies, only one of them says energy in the title, and none of them say fossil energy in the title. And you know, while we are the fossil energy laboratory, and as the only go-go, NETL and myself report directly to the Assistant Secretary for Fossil Energy, but our capabilities that we have honed over the last century and 10 years are applicable across the entire energy spectrum, and we do apply it across the energy spectrum. I'm showing here the coal and oil and gas programs, as well as the other DOE offices that we support, because when NETL takes a look at the energy system as a whole, it takes every component, as was mentioned earlier, and we can focus on the grid. And if we focus on the grid, we need to understand what the grid of the future looks like, and we sincerely applaud the department and the Grid Modernization Initiative, the laboratory's response being the Grid Modernization Laboratory Consortium, to put all of the components across the entire DOE spectrum, the different program offices, and as many might say, the silos of excellence or the vertical pillars of excellence, to make sure that we're examining the energy system as the system that it is. And when we look at the expertise that we have at NETL and what we're sincerely good at, one of the best groups we have is in the Systems Engineering and Analysis group, which has studied the grid and its response to the bomb cyclone, to a massive heat wave in Texas and ERCOT in a recent report. And we understand where many of the grid vulnerabilities are in terms of resilience and are working hand in hand with all the other national laboratories under the Grid Modernization Laboratory Coalition to understand how that system fits together. But as we look forward, and again thinking about Department of Energy branding and the national lab branding, when we look forward at where the energy system is going to be in 30 years, so if we set 2050 as a target for the future of the grid, and its coupling across the grid and the entire energy system as a whole, we see more and more couplings between electricity and the transportation sector, the commercial sector, and the industrial sector. So in order to chart a pathway from where we are today to what the energy system of the future is going to look like, it falls to the Department of Energy. And when it falls to the Department of Energy, it falls to the tens of thousands of experts that we have across the lab system. And so just so that the SEAB knows and others here on the call, the National Lab System, the 17 of us get together, actually the lab directors, we get together every 2 weeks because one, we're responding to COVID and we have 60,000 employees across the lab system that we're trying to make sure we take care of. But we're also coordinating efforts and making sure that we put all of the expertise that we have into understanding the different scenarios and the design of the future of the energy system. And so we not only stand at the ready, but we are primed and the pump is primed, and we have started working on envisioning how all of the different energy systems work together across all sectors. And so just to reiterate that point, with the support of the Undersecretary, and I don't know, he probably has already stepped off, so I'm still going to praise his support of our energy, Brian, you can go back, I'll stick on that last one. His support of a tri-lab initiative or an integrated energy system initiative that has come out of the labs to where we are purposefully crossing paths across the different program offices, because that is exactly, it falls right at the interface of those different energy systems of what the future energy system will look like as we begin decarbonization of transportation and further decarbonize the electrical grid. And so I wanted to give just this quick preview of the fact that we, the Fossil Energy Laboratory, the one go-go in the system, is not myopic. We are not myopic. We don't have our horse blinders on either, and we understand that the future of the entire energy system includes not only renewables but the future of fossil energy. And so, Brian, now if you go to the next slide, and then I'll skip pretty quickly. Still today, 80% of our primary energy comes from fossil energy. If we look across each of the sectors, the power sector, transportation, industrial, residential, and commercial, again, it comes from fossil energy. So when if we're looking for goals or targets of what the future of that energy system looks like, if it's decarbonized, we must start here. And so that's why I mentioned our historical work over the last 25 years in carbon capture, utilization, and sequestration, as well as the efficiency improvements that we've pushed out into the market when it comes to everything from turbine technologies to heat recovery and emissions recovery. If we go back to the Clean Air Act and development of the technologies that are now deployed around the world in removing mercury and removing SOx and NOx emissions, much of that work was done here at our Pittsburgh site in our Pittsburgh site at NETL, but the world doesn't know that. We were, in fact, the leaders in developing those technologies and now cleaned up our air. When I was a kid, we were worried about acid rain, but our kids, my 4-year-old, he probably will not, only in the history books will he learn about acid rain, and it's thanks to a lot of the work that we've done. And so my vision and my goal is that future generations will read about the climate crisis in the history books. And so it's the technology that we're developing here at NETL. And so, Brian, if you wouldn't mind skipping all the way down to accelerating technology development, slide 16. I'm going to do justice to the fossil energy program as well, I promise, although I know my boss, the Assistant Secretary, Steve Wimberg, is testifying right at this moment in front of SCNR, and so I know he's not watching me speak, but I will certainly give, I know, but I will give, I absolutely will do justice to the fossil energy program. But to highlight some of the work that we're doing here at NETL, hearkening back to the comments by Undersecretary Menzies, we have invested very heavily in computational science and artificial intelligence and machine learning. Our Pittsburgh site is home to our Center for Artificial Intelligence and Machine Learning. Our computer is called Watt. Computer in Morgantown, our supercomputer, which is a mixture of CPUs and GPUs, is named Joule. We're preparing for Joule 3.0 and the expansion of the Artificial Intelligence and Machine Learning Center, because the application space is so prime and ready for applying artificial intelligence and machine learning across, again, the entire energy space and in the area of fossil energy. And so our efforts in artificial intelligence and machine learning include bringing together geologic information systems or geologic understanding based on the 17 field sites that we have across the country in unconventional oil and gas, the 13 or 14 field sites that we have access to data in CO2. And when you put those roughly 30 field sites together, that is the accumulation of data, of processes in the subsurface that's really unlike any other. One of our field sites recovers about 1 terabyte of data a day, and you multiply that across each of the 30 some odd field sites, and the amount of data that we're dealing with that has real forecasting capability in the subsurface, we can't handle. Google, ExxonMobil, Shell, and NVIDIA are all working on this problem with us, in fact, so that we can understand processes in the subsurface, not just for recovery of oil and gas, but for sequestration of CO2 and any other application, including geothermal. And so that what we see prime and ready for artificial intelligence and machine learning is certainly nothing short of exciting. And if we skip 2 slides, Brian, sorry for jumping around. I'm used to managing my own slide and flipping through quickly. When we look at the opportunity to drive down the cost of carbon capture, which if you talk to the International Energy Agency and you talk to the leaders in the science of reducing CO2 emissions across the globe, they understand that the wedge of CO2 reductions that will be achieved through carbon capture utilization and sequestration is paramount to tackling the problem. We cannot, the simulations of the future energy system do not converge on a CO2 reduction scenario without carbon capture utilization and sequestration. So we need to bring down the cost, and we need to bring it down tremendously. So one project, the very specific project I'm going to highlight here at NETL, was we screened over 1 million different mixed matrix membranes with a molecular organic framework, a MOF. The composite material, we screened over 1 million different composite materials for its ability to selectively separate CO2 from flue gas. After screening about 1 million, we were able to design a material bringing down the cost of capture using a membrane. So if you use a solvent, it's less than this, but using a membrane, driving down the cost of capture from $63 to $48 per metric ton. Now, to give you some hope and to blow your mind a little bit, there's about 1 billion different combinations of those mixed matrix membranes that we can screen. But even on our supercomputer, that 1 million took about 3 months of computational time. When we go to 1 billion, well, if you multiply 3 months of computational time by the other 999 million left in the billion, well, we'll have you an answer sometime around 2065, which will be pretty late. This is where artificial intelligence and machine learning comes in. We're able to screen the 1 million for the fundamental science that drives the lower cost of separation. And instead of screening the next 999 million, we can screen that down to another 1 million and have some additional answers. And so this is just a single illustration of the power of machine learning, artificial intelligence, that we see so much great promise in the future. And then next slide, Brian. The other, I'm sorry, two more. Yeah, the converting coal. And so finally, in terms of tooting the horn of NETL, and the Undersecretary had mentioned the opportunities for, and the Secretary mentioned the opportunities for converting coal into high-value products. One particular example that we developed here at NETL that is just so very exciting is the ability to take domestic coal and convert it into very, very high-valued products, including graphene, which many of you may have known about. About a decade ago, it was the material, the wonder material, the super material of the future, and it does have very, very good properties and really interesting electrical and physical properties. But the big barrier right now to wide-scale use of graphene is the cost. But we've been able to take domestic coal and using about a penny's worth, and that's being very, very generous. It's really more like a quarter of a penny's worth of coal, and turn it into an aqueous graphene solution that's worth about between $10,000 and $20,000 on the market today, from a penny's worth of coal. And one would think, well, maybe it took us millions of dollars of work to go into that, but in fact, it's about 4 hours of technician time. So the potential now to create new materials that can have applications across the medical space, across the energy space, and transportation, as you can see in graphene-enhanced cement. We now are at the cusp of being able to use graphene in bulk rather than paying $20,000 per liter, which is what the cost of those two 1-liter bottles are on the third picture over. So it's not just graphene materials. There's an opportunity for us to use coal as a high-value product, and you can see additives from construction materials, and even in the future of the computer. There's a MEMS-istor being developed at the University of Illinois, Urbana-Champaign, using our materials with coal-derived graphene that in fact outperform any other material, even graphite-based graphene, in its MEMS-istor that can go into the future of the computer. And so these are just some of the examples of the exciting cutting-edge things that we do in fact think that there could be public interest in if we were a little more public about what we do within the Department of Energy. We don't need to go back in the slides, but I know that the Assistant Secretary and Undersecretary are really excited about the key research opportunities and priorities within the Office of Fossil Energy. And it starts with advancing the coal plants of the future, a lot of work in redesigning what a coal plant would look like given the technologies we have today when most of the fleet was built 30, 40, or even 50 years ago. But also how we can modernize the existing fleet, improving the performance and the efficiency. And then certainly I've focused a bit on reducing the cost of carbon capture, utilization, and storage. And then another big priority within the Office of Fossil Energy is expanding the use of big data, as I've touched on, addressing the water energy nexus, and then what we can do with carbon products and rare earth materials. So in fact, I have touched on the Assistant Secretary's priorities and the Office of Fossil Energy's priorities with the specific examples of what we're doing in these areas. And so finally, I really want to thank the Secretary of Energy Advisory Board for your constant advice and your great advice that you give to the Secretary. It is in fact felt by the national laboratories. It's felt by our researchers here at NETL, and I appreciate your time and commitment that you give in support of the Department of Energy. So thanks for your attention, and thanks for letting me have a little bit on the agenda to promote NETL. The last little plug I would say is we in fact, when it comes to STEM and outreach, every year we host a Bring Your Kid to Work Day. And with a Bring Your Kid to Work Day, of course, this year, I had band visitors on site, so we held it virtually and have developed those types of materials over the course of years that excites kids when they come on to NETL and get to see what we're doing at the laboratory. Well, this year, since we've done it virtually, I think there's a great opportunity to take that virtual materials and go wide and go public. Unfortunately, in the states of West Virginia and Pennsylvania, you would think that NETL was a household name. but it in fact is not. And that has been one of our biggest priorities, is making sure that everybody knows what is going on in the DOE. So,
Yeah.
again, thanks, Kurt, and thanks to the SEAB for letting me talk.
Thank you, Dr. Anderson. Great work that you're doing here at NATL. Like I said earlier, I grew up literally almost a bicycle ride from here and did not know that NATL existed at the time.
We have a good fence.
Yeah, a good fence, that's right. And so just terrific work. I guess we have a little bit more time for questions. I guess we'll break 15 minutes early and then resume 15 minutes early. So I guess I would ask NNSA administrator if that's okay, if she could start at 12:45 as opposed to at 1 o'clock. But any final questions for?
Can you hear me if I ask a question?
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
we can.
Can you tell us just what you're doing in terms of unconventional oil and gas, and what you're doing way over on the right-hand side, rare earths and critical minerals, what your work is on that?
Sure, absolutely, Dr. Yergin. So in the area of unconventionals, it is mostly focused on increasing the efficiency of production and understanding fluid flow in the subsurface. We know that across the unconventional space, from unconventional oil and recovery rates that are very low in terms of the oil in place and recovery, to gas, where in some regions of the Marcellus and other, mostly in the Marcellus, where recovery rates are actually pretty high. We're focused on understanding the fundamentals of fluid flow in the unconventionals, the propagation of hydraulic fractures, being able to map the fractures and decrease the energy input and water necessary to achieve the same fractured reservoir, stimulated reservoir volume. And then understand the next phase of waterless fracturing and being able to re-enter those reservoirs. And so mostly around efficiency, recovery efficiency, increasing recovery efficiency, but also with the fully rounded scope of reduction of water, reduction of energy input, the ability to enter stacked plays and increase recovery with secondary stimulation, things like that. Does that fully answer the question?
Yeah. And rare earths and critical materials.
Yeah. So in rare earths, our work started with the assessment, the overall assessment of the amount and concentration of rare earths that exist, mainly in the coal fields across the various coal seams across the United States. Then it has moved into not only assessing the volumes, but ways to recover them, not only from directly the coal seams, which actually, based on concentrations, it's not as good as if you go to waste refuse piles, acid mine drainage, and acid mine drainage sludge, which in some places has some of the highest concentrations of rare earths, as well as fly ash. And so when it's been already concentrated by the combustion process, there is a tremendous amount of rare earths, and the focus has been on developing processes that can separate that into the rare earth oxides. We're now moving into much more pilot scale design and construction of systems that can move all the way to the rare earth oxides and even into creating the rare earth metals. And so we have been progressing this very, very quickly in the rare earth space, where our focus is from coal and from coal-associated resources. However, we're very quickly getting to the convergence point of the manufacturing process of rare earth elements and rare earth metals, where it doesn't matter where it came from. So many of our streams are at that point where we're trying to design the future of the environmentally friendly rare earth metal processing, and that's why we've lost most of it overseas, is because the environmental aspects of rare earth purification, separation, it has been lost to a lower cost, less environmentally friendly methods in China.
Dr. Anderson, the membrane work that you're doing, is it also giving us insights into carbon capture on gas plants?
Yes, absolutely. And so when we look at the various sources of carbon capture, many times it's just about the concentration. So in gas lines, depending on if it's a CO2-rich reservoir or a CO2-rich gas source, it actually looks quite a bit like a flue gas stream minus the water and nitrogen. And so we have tested our materials on not just flue gas from coal plants, about 14% CO2, natural gas plants, flue gas is more like 7%, but also on even as low as direct air capture, so 0.4% or 400 ppm, and in gas plants, depending on the richness of the CO2 in a gas plant. So I could have just said yes. The answer is yes, but
no, that was a good answer.
You opened up the can of worms. I know. It's tough.
Yeah, no, that was good, Dr. Anderson. One other related question on utilization and storage. The hang-up has always been scale. We know how to utilize it. We even know how to store it, but we weren't able to figure out how to do it at the scale we need to do it. Is there progress in thinking that through?
You're spot on in terms of utilization. When we include utilization, we also include EOR, which does have the scale factor for sure. When it comes to utilization and conversion, beyond soda, so Coca-Cola or other carbonation processes, when we look at the potential for carbonates, cement is the next major volumetric or mass-based system that could even approach scale. But it's still an order of magnitude off when it comes to being able to utilize in a carbonate form the amount of CO2 that we're emitting today. So that's why sequestration has to play a major role. And I think that if as we drive toward CO2 sequestration, where the CO2 has a sequestration cost for injection, the markets can start to open up for opportunities in the carbonate industry and others. But when it comes to utilization, the big one's EOR. There are some carbonates, but we are working on some catalysts that have an opportunity to convert into fuels. And so when we start coupling CO2 into the fuel system, we start to, again, create a new opportunity for scale, but you still need the energy input to break the CO2 and create some carbon-carbon bonds. But we've had some tremendous breakthroughs in that. And I didn't show that particular example, but we have a new catalyst that has decreased the activation energy by about 50% to start to make carbon-carbon bonds. And so then we can start looking at the circular economy with a liquid hydrocarbon fuel, which we know is still the best energy carrier outside of uranium. The hydrocarbon fuel, if we can create that circular economy with low energy input, recirculation of CO2 into a liquid fuel, that's the only other option for scale.
Just one more, and it's a question related to the Secretary's charge and in the discussion with Mark. Given Nettle's long history in Pennsylvania and West Virginia, your comment that you're not well known in Pennsylvania and West Virginia is intriguing. It would seem like Nettle would be like the hero national lab for the people in West Virginia and Pennsylvania. Any insights on why it isn't, or what would it take to make it?
I have struggled with that. Now I'm a little bit different. I was a native West Virginian, and when I was in high school, I competed in a science bowl on site at what was then METC, the Morgantown Energy Technology Center, now our Morgantown site, and so I knew about it all along. But when I speak within our states across Pennsylvania, it comes down to that the comment that was made earlier in that discussion on those within the area know about us. So the oil and gas industry in West Virginia absolutely knows what NETL is doing. The coal industry across West Virginia knows what NETL is doing. Same thing goes with Pennsylvania. PIOGA, the Pennsylvania Independent Oil and Gas Association, and the Pennsylvania Coal Association, they know what we're doing. But that population doesn't talk to their neighbors and the general population necessarily about what NETL is doing. And so that's why I think that when we look at the focus on what the impact is to everybody's daily life, we're keeping the lights on through our resilience efforts and reliability efforts on the grid, and that's something everybody can relate to. When we develop a heart stent material, that's something everybody can, well, at least, you hope you don't have to relate to it, but most people can relate to. But it seems that we are a bit stuck in the sector-specific knowledge.
Thank you.
I would also challenge us, as much as I loved and understood everything you said, I think we are all universally guilty in the Department of Energy of using jargon. So I'm sitting there writing down some of the words that if I was Kurt Heckman of 20 years ago, I would have had to go look up in a dictionary, including ones that are very common to us now, like sequestration. I'm not sure I could spell sequestration reliably without spell check. But again, we know what that is, but there's a lot of people in the public that you just went right over their head.
Well, and if I can make one comment, because I thought the presentation was fascinating, and I think your last point on, making the discoveries kind of understandable and accessible to a broader part of the populace. It goes back to what Pedro was saying earlier in terms of different constituency, and Kirsten as well. I don't know how many people on this call have ever been on a, congressional delegation to a military base, or, I was recently on one to a base with the intelligence community. And in and amongst the high level briefings, we had a chance to then go out and shoot SIG 300 blackouts. And that was a lot of fun. And, let me tell you something, the congressional members, who were firing the guns alongside of me, they definitely went back to Congress and upped the budget. Not that this particular IC base needed an additional budget, but the point being is that, they got the high level, and then they got to all, and for DOE in general, especially when reaching out to Congress, that's who you're competing with, right? You're competing with their minds, being taken when they go to a military base and they get to go, do cool things like that, or an IC base. But just a thought.
Samantha, that's absolutely right. I mean, every time, if we take a delegation into the laboratory, it is also little known that the most efficient coal-burning power plant in this hemisphere is actually located right between our two sites in Pittsburgh and Morgantown. And so we have an opportunity. We usually take people there. And so when they see what a real facility is, it was a $3.4 billion facility to build and construct. When they see that firsthand, they understand all of the technologies that are being utilized. And if you don't see it or experience it, it's hard to fathom.
I just have one quick question if we have a quick minute.
Certainly, Kay. Thank you.
I was really intrigued by the earlier conversation about the potential for a national foundation and individual lab foundations. And I was just curious, as I think about philanthropy, particularly as it relates to the Pittsburgh area, I think PNC Bank. And I just wondered if there is a relationship between PNC and the lab. I know they do a lot of work with Carnegie Mellon, but I didn't know about the lab.
Well, Kay, it's a great question, particularly because the M&O laboratories, or the M&O operated laboratories, can set up a foundation. There's one at NREL. There's one at also Lawrence Berkeley National Laboratory uses UC Berkeley's foundation system. Los Alamos has one. Since we're a go-go, we can't. And so... so you legally cannot create a... Legally, we're working on this within the department. Okay. So you can't legally. Well, it's very, it appears that we could not set up a foundation, but we may be able to assist an outside party with setting up a not-for-profit innovation corporation that could then work with us very closely.
Understood.
There's always a way to do public and private partnerships. Just have to be smart about it. But what about the relationship with, well, I guess if there's no mechanism to receive the funds, that relationship wouldn't exist with PNC.
That's right. But we do stay, we have very close partnerships with the city of Pittsburgh. PNC is involved in, some of the programs that we're partnered with the city of Pittsburgh on, including something called the Power 32, which is a 32 county region around Pittsburgh. And so we have been working with them as well as folks like Allegheny Conference and others in the region to help chart what the future of the energy system would look like for Pennsylvania and for the Pittsburgh region. And so we definitely maintain those relationships, but money usually only flows one way out of NETL.
Well, just my interest there, just so you know, is I served on the board of directors of PNC Bank for many years and know of their community work and the support, and they would be natural allies.
I agree. They absolutely would be. And for those who don't know, PNC's new headquarters tower is, I think, still the most energy efficient commercial skyscraper in the United States.
Very cool.
Just in terms of their commitment to energy.
This is Rich. I just want to build on what Kay said in the sense that I know a fair number of government organizations that have partnered with universities to set up 501c3 organizations and foundations. And it seems to me that would be a potential approach for NETL.
And Richard, I appreciate that too. And we do have a very close partnership. I mean, as one would imagine, our initial onset of the Pittsburgh site was actually on the campus at CMU. The initial laboratory in Morgantown was on the campus at West Virginia University. We have WVU, CMU, Pitt, and South Dakota and other universities on our prime research support contract and very, very close relationships. There is a 501c3 on the book called the CWP partnership with Carnegie Mellon, Pittsburgh, and West Virginia University as well that has historically supported us in research. And so, yeah, and there are a number of different mechanisms, but this is one that's not as straightforward as the GoCo M&O labs.
Understood.
I appreciate it.
Well, I think we have managed to get back on schedule.
I have a tendency to do that.
With the nature of boards a vacuum and schedule of boards going ahead of schedule. So here we are. So we will pick back up promptly at 1 o'clock, and we'll be hearing from the NNSA administrator at that time. So at that, I guess we'll hit the pause button, and we'll pick this up again and look forward to the second phase of this conversation. Thank you, everybody.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, we're still getting audio out of here. That's good. Yeah, all right.
Hello, everybody. We'll probably give it another minute or so before we start.
Okay.
Yeah, we may have to be proactive.
Kurt, this is Norm. Are you getting my audio now?
Yes, sir, we certainly are. It's good to hear your voice, sir.
Oh, good, fine. I was pretty silent this morning.
So sorry. We always like hearing from you, sir. That was a heck of a thunderstorm at your place the other day.
That was a heck of a thunderstorm. It was indeed. We used to live in Texas. They'd call that a gully washer.
Yes. My shoes were soaked to the socks.
Well, you were a good sport.
Happy to be service. Actually, that same storm in my home, I believe a couple hours earlier, produced 8 inches of rain. Our rain gauge went from nothing. It caps out at 7.5 inches.
That's lovely. Kurt lives in Frostburg. Mountain from Cumberland comes straight across there right into DC. It's not very fun. Kurt, are you calling from home?
No, sir, I am in Pittsburgh at the lab
okay.
here.
Okay, sure. And that's what, about a 2-hour drive? 3-hour?
Well, from Washington, D.C., it's 3.5, 4 hours. But from out where I live in Western Maryland, it's 1 hour and 30 minutes.
Oh, wow.
So next door.
If it weren't for the mountains, it'd be 30 minutes.
Yes.
Have we got all our friends back?
I'm just going to ask. So, Administrator Haggerty, are you online now?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
We certainly can. So you could probably start whenever you would like.
That's
If
great.
that's okay with Chairwoman Holub. Yes?
Yes, I'm here.
I think we could start. Yes, go ahead.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I'm really delighted to be here to speak to the virtual SEAB. I wanted to extend my appreciation to Chairwoman Holub and also to Kirk Heckman, who's done a phenomenal job trying to integrate our slides in our presentation today into this integrated event so that you can hear more about the NNSA brand as it relates to the Department of Energy. So again, I'm just delighted to have an opportunity to speak with everyone today. I listened to Secretary Brouillette's comments this morning, and from the perspective of the Secretary and Undersecretary Menzies, I know you'll be hearing from Undersecretary DeBar this afternoon after me. I think we're all of the opinion that it's incredibly important to continue branding, give some further thought to branding initiatives for our respective organizations. Their comments have been very insightful. In fact, it's given me some time to actually further refine my talking points today based on what I heard earlier today. We all have an identity and a brand of which we are all proud, and hopefully I expect this discussion to lead to a renewed focus on increasing and enhancing our broad brand awareness to our fellow Americans, especially those who are interested in careers in civil service. So today I'll try to do my best to answer the handful of questions that Kurt posed to us. First, what do you wish that the public would better understand about NNSA's missions? What are the current misperceptions or misconceptions about NNSA? Who are our stakeholders and the need to better understand NNSA's missions? And what suggestions do you have on branding related to your mission? Kurt also challenged me with a couple of other questions. What are you working on that excites you most and what you're most proud to talk about? And why is it important, especially to key members of Congress, to our stakeholders? With regard to that, second from the last question, I don't think there's enough time for me in the 40 minutes that I have to address all those wonderful things about NNSA, and hopefully I'll be able to intertwine my desire for showing how phenomenal NNSA is and how proud we are of our missions. But let me move on. So for the first question, what do you wish the public would better understand about the NNSA mission? And to answer this first question, one of the things that I often say is that although policymakers and even stakeholders or those interested parties may respectfully disagree with the mission of nuclear deterrence and the different foreign and defense policies of this administration and previous administrations, one point is indisputable. And that's as long as there is a single nuclear weapon in our nuclear weapons stockpile, there is a need for an NNSA. And although this group is very familiar with NNSA, some more than others, and hopefully after the last few sessions, you've had a better some of you that are new to NNSA and to the deterrence mission that we provide. Hopefully you get a better idea and understanding and appreciation even better today with our presentation. As a reminder, Congress had established NNSA 20 years ago under the NNSA Act. And our responsibilities are threefold, although there are more significant underlying features and missions that we execute. First one, of course, is to ensure the safety, security, and reliability of the United States nuclear weapons stockpile. The second, of course, is reducing the threat of nuclear proliferation and nuclear terrorism around the world. And then the third is providing militarily effective nuclear propulsion for the United States Navy's fleet of aircraft carriers and submarines. And although we partner with federal agencies, state, local governments, nonprofit, and private sector organizations that enable and contribute and benefit from our efforts, there's no other government or civilian organization that can accomplish the unique missions that are given to the NNSA to execute. So in terms of our branding and messaging, only NNSA can do what we do. We have an amazing workforce with unparalleled science, engineering, and computing capabilities. And that's the big part of the NNSA brand, is filling a unique, one-of-a-kind role in national security. But before we can go further, we really need to talk about our number one asset. Our number one asset, first and foremost, are our people, the 50,000 proud Americans that are across our enterprise, at our labs, plants, and sites, our field offices, and our headquarters. They are the exceptionally talented physicists, other scientists, engineers, technicians, back office support, program analysts, lawyers, general counsel that provide the support for our entire enterprise. Every single one of those people contributes somehow to our nation's nuclear security and mission. So one of the things the challenges that we've had, of course, with COVID is the challenge of traveling. I'm a big fan of getting out to our labs, plants, and sites, our field offices, and even up to Germantown to express my appreciation for the work that we are conducting under the most unusual circumstances right now, especially with COVID. But if you even step back over the last 20 years, just in terms of our mission portfolio for defense programs and our nuclear deterrent, we had one major modernization going on for the last 2 decades. Today, we are faced with up to about 5 modernization programs, depending on how you want to slice it, which means we're really turning up the amperage, if you will, with the workforce and the requirements that we are laying out for our mission. And I am so proud to say that even through COVID, when the rest of the federal government, including many of the lab sites throughout the rest of the Department of Energy, were put in, rightfully so, safe shutdown and maximizing telework, NNSA was not in the position to do so, because nuclear weapons maintenance and the delivery of special nuclear material and nuclear weapons to the United States Air Force and the Navy could not stop. And I am proud to say that we have not missed one of our milestones, and we've hit every one of our major achievements and accomplishments throughout COVID. Even though our number one priority is the safety and health of our workforce, we are at about 70% or so across our enterprise today as we continue to work through COVID while maximizing telework where possible, but also ensuring the health and safety of our workforce. Our numbers are quite low in terms of COVID cases. In fact, many of those COVID cases were transmissions that took place during telework. And so we're very fortunate that we have minimum number of COVID cases throughout our NNSA complex. Most importantly, however, we have to continue to execute our important missions throughout COVID. And like I said, as conditions permit, I'm going to be traveling again. I've already visited Savannah Riverside a few weeks ago, Los Alamos, and Sandia last week. One of the things we're doing, and it's part of our branding, is that we're celebrating the 20th anniversary of the NNSA, although our history and our origins go much further back than that, of course, to the Manhattan Project. But we're getting out there and we're celebrating different achievements. I've been doing a lot of ribbon cutting. We had the auspicious occasion of celebrating the 75th anniversary of Trinity just last week, which was the advent of nuclear matters around the world. So, and from those contributions for 75 years now, I believe humankind is better for it. So part of that celebration, I think you've been seeing some slides. There I am cutting a ribbon, of course, respectfully distancing with masks on at Los Alamos last Thursday. We had a couple of other events. Like I said, I was humbled and honored to speak at the 75th anniversary of the Trinity event. We were graced by the presence of Congressman Ben Ray Lujan and also the lab director from Los Alamos, Tom Mason. So we had a wonderful event last Thursday, and hopefully you'll have a chance to see those. I know a couple people have seen that. Also, the President of the United States put out a presidential proclamation thanking our nuclear security workforce for their efforts for the last 75 years and the contributions they continue to make to our nuclear security and our nuclear deterrent. So very exciting times. I'm off next week to go out, or in a couple of weeks I'm going on to Kansas City and then the rest of our sites. So I will be visiting our labs, plants, and sites for the next several months to make sure that everybody understands and appreciates how much we appreciate their contributions to our nation's nuclear deterrent while we're in this pandemic. So I'd like to switch to another point now, and that's the current misperceptions or misconceptions about NNSA. I sometimes worry that when people think about NNSA, for those of you that are familiar with NNSA, you think exclusively about our nuclear security and our nuclear deterrent mission. And that's through maintaining our nuclear weapons stockpile. And of course, that is first and foremost our mission. And that is the backbone of all the other contributions we can make in national security. And while it is our mainstay, and we are the inheritors of a long tradition of developing technologies, we also do so for arms control monitoring and verification and making significant program research, development, testing, and evaluation. So we do contribute to far greater areas than just supporting the stockpile. But it's because of that backbone and that foundation and the great men and women that serve in that capacity. We can also provide further contributions in counterproliferation in counterterrorism, and in fact, nonproliferation. And because of the labs, plants, and sites throughout the NNSA enterprise, we possess the unparalleled scientific and technical expertise in treaty compliance and, in other cases, denuclearization. As many of you know, we were front and center should we be formally tasked with denuclearization efforts of other nations or continuing to provide support to arms control treaties and verification. And we are currently participating in our interactions with New START negotiations with the Russians. And again, the contributions of NNSA cannot be borne by any other federal agency. So our arms control initiatives, what we underpin in our international efforts, also provide safeguards to nuclear materials and prevent nuclear smuggling. We have a significant nuclear counterterrorism capability as well. Indeed, for more than a generation, the fear that terrorists could acquire and use a nuclear weapon or a radiological dispersal device has motivated a range of efforts to place nuclear materials beyond the reach of non-state actors. We can't assume, however, that the obstacles of acquiring resources and advanced scientific and engineering skills will hinder terrorists indefinitely from constructing a nuclear device. And the only way to guarantee that malevolent actors never obtain the world's most powerful weapons is to prevent the acquisition of the special nuclear material. So one of the mainstays of our three major program efforts in defense nuclear nonproliferation is eliminating excess special nuclear material in civilian applications. And it is such an important component to effective nuclear materials management. To ensure that materials of concern never fall into the wrong hands, we must work to reduce these materials, the need for these materials, and to remove or confirm their disposition wherever feasible. So in the last 20 years, since the founding of NNSA, we have converted or verified the shutdown of more than 100 civilian research reactors around the globe. We have removed or confirmed the disposition of over 7,000 kilograms of highly enriched uranium or plutonium from 48 countries and Taiwan, enough materials for more than 300 nuclear weapons. So that just kind of paints a picture of what we're doing in terms of our contributions to nuclear nonproliferation across the spectrum of issues associated with our federal government and where the federal government comes to when they need advice and counsel on the technical aspects of nonproliferation. So let me move to the next question, which is, who are our stakeholders that need to better understand our organization's missions? So, as I mentioned, this is the 20th anniversary since the inception of the NNSA, but our history goes back to World War II and the Manhattan Project. We are the inheritors of the Atomic Energy Commission's legacy, which was succeeded in 1975 by the Energy Research and Development Agency, which was then dissolved in 1977 and became the Department of Energy. I kind of like to say, tongue-in-cheek, that we are the Atomic Energy Commission 2.0. Because we can trace our roots back to those fateful years. So, but as part of this, we're also acutely aware of the importance to remain good neighbors with our fellow communities where we exist. And when you think about it, most of the labs, plants, and sites that exist today also existed during the Manhattan Project. Y-12, Los Alamos, and a couple of other places. And we just celebrated the Savannah River site's 70th anniversary. So it shows you that we've had so many different opportunities to contribute to the communities as well. So when I think of the public, we have to remain and maintain close ties with our communities. Aiken, Tennessee, Los Alamos, like I said, are 70 plus years old. Our brand and our reputation in these communities is of the utmost importance to NNSA, because at the end of the day, our workforce is our community. And we need to make sure that we vitally contribute in a positive way to every single community around all of our labs, plants, and sites. Because we need the support, the continued support of the American public to continue to contribute to our nation's nuclear deterrent. And so as our presence throughout the department in these communities has evolved over the last 75 years, namely with the creation of NNSA, we have tried to speak with one voice to our stakeholders so that they clearly understand our missions, as well as the different roles and responsibilities of both the federal government and our M&O partners. And a second set of stakeholders that need to better understand our missions are our scientists and engineers. So sometimes we actually have a challenge with our own workforce. So we're trying to do everything we can to remind our workforce of the contributions they make every single day and how they're an integral part of our nation's nuclear security. So with that, though, while we have a wonderful group of 50,000 men and women across our enterprise, we have a challenge, and that's our aging workforce. More than 30% of our workforce is eligible for retirement in the next 5 years. That's not a good place to find ourselves. And our window of opportunity to regenerate our next generation of critical assets is closing. With the weapons designers from the weapons test programs retiring, we have only a handful left. It's important to have some overlap to integrate our next generation of our nuclear security enterprise weapons scientists and engineers, those best and brightest that we're calling from our colleges and universities. We need to find a way of being able to overlap so they can have some mentorship, so that they can carry on the wonderful work that has been conducted over the last 75 years throughout our nuclear security enterprise. So when it comes to branding, we need to double down on the themes of public service and one-of-a-kind scientific and engineering feats that are only available and resident in the NNSA. Our brand is also to apply science and technology for national security and public safety missions on behalf of the American people. And from what I've seen on campus visits, and I've been to a number of them, and recruiting fairs, there's no shortage of talented, young, patriotic Americans who want to be part of something bigger than themselves, something unique and challenging for the greater good. And that's what we offer them. I want young scientists and engineers, policy analysts at universities and colleges across the country to be aware of and understand NNSA's missions. I want them to know we are strengthening our nation through nuclear security, and we have leading and cutting-edge research, science, and engineering. I want them to know that there's a path to public service in a lab coat or business attire, and not only with the sacred cloth of our military uniform. So to this end, we are pursuing an aggressive hiring strategy with a goal of adding just this year in FY20, 4,000 to 6,000 employees across the nuclear security enterprise. Last year, I'm happy to say, we exceeded our 7,000 person marker for new hires. And this year, we're on a good track to actually exceed the 4,000 that we anticipated hiring throughout our labs, plants, and sites. Even with the last several months of COVID, we are on a trajectory to meet or beat that 4,000 to 6,000 marker. We are breaking the paradigm of traditional government hiring practices to reflect a more corporate approach to hiring across our labs, plants, and sites. Last year, about a year and a half ago now, I issued a request across our labs, plants, and sites, our field offices, and our headquarters to look at a corporate strategy rather than just the exclusive stovepiping of hiring at one of the labs or one of the plants or one of the sites or even at headquarters. We were looking across the entire enterprise and how we could pursue a corporate approach. And I've got to say that that's paid dividends. Now, that's not exclusive of or in lieu of labs, plants, and sites doing their own traditional hiring practices, but it was in addition to, and it really has paid dividends. We've had at least 8 national security events across different colleges and universities. We went to the University of Toledo, which I was honored to be accompanied by Chairwoman Capter. So we did one at University of Toledo, first ever. They've got an engineering school there. We've been to the University of Michigan, of course, Texas A&M a number of times, Georgia Tech, the usual suspects for great engineering schools. But we've also reached out to the University of New Mexico and New Mexico State, where we're growing from the grassroots of the different local communities where our labs, plants, and sites exist. So last year I said we had a number of these different events, national security events. We had 2 hiring events here in Washington, D.C., and I'm happy to say that we exceeded the number of hires just in those 2 events that we held here in Crystal City. And we're hoping that we'll be able to continue those after COVID. But wait, there's more. Just because we can't have in-person hiring events didn't stop us. So I'm happy to say that, unknown to any other federal agency, at least according to OPM, we've had 2 very successful in the last month and a half virtual hiring events throughout the NNSA, where it's been for federal employees but we had over 600 people just in the event we held last week. And what we did was we had recruitment stations. And in our first one, we learned from the first event that we had where we had over 1,200 people registered for 100 positions. And people actually waited in line so that they could have what I call the 8-minute speed date, so that we could figure out if it was even worth going forward with the potential candidate for the number of positions that we have available. And it was wildly successful. We learned from that first event. Last week we held our second event. It was even more successful. So we're sharing with our labs, plans, and sites and others about how we held these virtual hiring events. And we hope that that will be a mechanism for not only NNSA, but other federal agencies and departments if they're looking to continue with their hiring strategies. But we found it to be wildly successful, even in the two we've just undertaken. And hopefully, when the world gets back to non-COVID environment, we'll be able to resume our hiring events throughout our labs, plants, and sites. But to that end, it's not only about hiring, it's also about engaging the next generation, which means, as many of you know, we have a very robust summer internship program at our labs, plants, and sites and here at headquarters. And so there was also a question about whether or not we could even hold those this summer. Very happy to say that, of course, giving the challenge to our labs, plants, and sites in our headquarters, more than 75% of those planned internships actually were executed at all of our sites. We've done them all virtually, and we've benefited greatly. Both the mentors and the mentees have learned a lot about what goes on at our labs, plants, and sites. So we've continued on without missing a beat. And I'm so extremely proud of the leadership of all of our people across our NNSA enterprise for being able to take on these challenges in the most uncertain of times. So I don't think that there's any challenge that we put before our labs, plants, and sites that they haven't undertaken and been successful doing so. So I'm very, very excited about all of that. We also continue with one other program that remains uninterrupted. And as we seek to develop and train and retain that next generation of workforce, we funded last year over $100 million in grants and cooperative agreements to top colleges and universities across the nation. And we continue to do so. We're also looking at different diverse areas where we can have a more robust enterprise and recruit and retain an absolute diverse workforce, because the diversity is our future. And that seems to be a force multiplier for us. So we're continuing to do that with HBCUs. We've got a number of different programs with different minority establishments, as well as using the top tier organizations that contribute just like HBCUs and everyone across the board. They're all top tier talent, and we have done really well by recruiting and retaining the next generation of our workforce. So, so let me change now to a separate but related topic, and that's branding related to NNSA's mission. So when we think about where we're going with our current branding and our plans, our strategic plans for continuing to brand the NNSA logo, if you will, we can't forget that while we are one NNSA, we also have 8 very unique brands, whether it's Los Alamos, Livermore, Sandia, Y12, Pantex, all of the different labs, plans, and sites that make up the NNSA. They're all individually known as world-class, first-rate entities in and of themselves. And we are absolutely wedded to ensuring that they retain that unique signature and brand that is their own. However, they are part of an integrated enterprise. And so we, in collaboration with our labs, plants, and sites, and this has been absolutely a team endeavor, we have put together a one NNSA construct to work towards a common goal. Not any one of our labs, plants, and sites can execute the missions in and of themselves. It's an integrated organization. So therefore, we have an integrated roadmap, not only in executing our missions, but in the story that only NNSA can tell. So focusing on harnessing the full power and equity of these brands to enhance existing relationships with our community. And one of my top priority, again, is recruiting the next generation of nuclear security experts. We think we have a very appealing brand in our one NNSA enterprise, and we will continue to raise awareness and enhance it with our key stakeholders. We think we're getting the word out about the brand of NNSA and about the contributions that Americans can make to our nation's nuclear security. And I think our brand is very appealing. And all of the trips I've taken have convinced me that the path that we're on is a good one. And while we will make mistakes, we'll learn from our mistakes, and we'll only get stronger and we'll get better together. Because like I like to say, only NNSA can do what we do. No one else can do what NNSA can do. So it's our responsibility to execute our missions. So that's where I'd like to end with the traditional questions. There's our logo and our tagline, strengthening our nation through nuclear security. Let me just go to those two questions that Kurt had posed to me about a week ago. And that's, tell me what excites me and keeps me waking up every day excited. Well, hopefully you can see that it's the people, what energizes me is NNSA's missions. It's our critical missions. It's the humbling position I find myself in, that I'm humbled enough to be able to lead an organization of 50,000 fine men and women across our enterprise, being able to contribute to our nation's nuclear deterrent in so many different ways, in ways that will never be told to the American public or to anyone else, for that matter. But just being able to lead such a wonderful group of people in a community of practice that no one else can undertake, and to further strengthen our relationships across the interagency, across the international community, and show that the United States is a force for good. And so again, the second question about why is it important? Like I've said so many times, nobody else can do what NNSA does. We're the only ones that can execute this vitally important mission. And while we can agree to disagree with stakeholders, with others that might have a different perspective on nuclear deterrence and our strategies and our foreign policy, as long as there's one nuclear weapon in our stockpile, we need to make sure it's safe, secure, and reliable. And only NNSA can contribute to our nation's nuclear security with our friends and our partners in the Department of Defense. So I leave you with one thought again. It's a testament to the great will of the American public and to our nuclear security enterprise. And again, let me reiterate that throughout the COVID pandemic, NNSA continued to execute our missions, and we did so flawlessly. We've made every delivery to the United States Navy and to the Air Force, and we've executed every single mission on time and on schedule. We have a lot of challenges ahead of us. We're not out of the woods yet, but I know by the commitment of the great men and women in NNSA, there's nothing we can't do. So with that, let me thank you for your time. Most Americans won't ever know what we do, but I do, and hopefully I can. I like to say fondly, once I've been able to shake the hand of the 50,000 men and women, or elbow bump now, I guess, shake the hands of 50,000 men and women, my job will be done, because I want to thank them for the contributions they're making to our nation's national security. So let me stop there. Let me open the floor. And if anyone has any questions for me, I'd gladly, hopefully be able to answer them. Thank you.
Well done. Thank you. Really well done. Any questions for the administrator?
Yes, I have my hand raised. This is Kay James. I just want to say I had 3 questions, all of which were answered during your presentation. I want to thank you for the incredible work that you're doing on hiring and bringing in that corporate model. Thank you for your work on diversity and with historically Black colleges and universities. And thank you for your focus on the employees. And all I can say is you make a former OPM director's heart happy.
Well, thank you. I appreciate those comments.
I have a question. Are you able to hear me at this point?
I am. Hi, Mr. Augustine. How are you?
I'm doing great, thank you.
Good.
I was very impressed with your comments that the programs, the major programs you have underway are all on schedule and under cost targets. And as you know very well, that wasn't the case a few years ago. And I'm interested in what changes were made that has brought this about.
So thanks for the question. We've taken on, NNSA has undertaken a number of different improvements, whether it's in governance and management, which I think you know is somewhat of an enigma to many. But we've looked at things from a thoughtful approach, really from, again, without overusing the word, a corporate approach. What we do we have to show results. And so we have timelines, we have commitments, we have requirements, we have execution dates. And in order to do so, we've really taken on, I think, in a very focused way, things like using DOE Order 413 and improvements in capital construction. I'm happy to say that over the last couple of years, we've had $2 billion of major capital construction efforts that have gone on, and they've been executed under budget, and they come in ahead of schedule. $2 billion with major construction activities across the NNSA enterprise. For those of you that are not really familiar or still learning about NNSA, obviously we work with highly hazardous materials, potentially highly hazardous materials. We work in nuclear construction, nuclear grade facilities. So this isn't building a Quonset hut. These are building facilities that have traditionally taken 15 or 20 years to get constructed and then operational. We're cutting those dates down, and we're doing so efficiently and effectively and in the utmost safe manner. For example, the UPF facility, the uranium processing facility at Oak Ridge, Tennessee, is under construction right now. And in the last 7 years, we've come in on budget or on target, and in some cases ahead of schedule and under budget for all of the sub-projects. And that's the other thing our great acquisition and project management team has done. They're looking at things as sub-projects rather than one huge project. And we will not put one shovel in the ground until we're at 90% design completion. So we're using the taxpayers' dollars in a thoughtful manner and in a precise manner based on requirements, not just this traditional, with all due respect, build a large building and they will come. We are doing this, we're thinking more strategically. We're also doing one other thing, which I've tasked the organization to do in the last 2.5 years since I joined, which is thinking about where we're going to be in 20 to 50 years. The next administrator after me or after him or her, 2 or 3 down the road, or the next generation, what is going to enable them to get their job done successfully? And if we can give them 80% of what they need to be successful in the next 20 to 50 years, they'll be better for it. Because if you look at the challenges we're having now, we're living in facilities such as that UPF, the construction that is undertaken right now, at $6.5 billion to be completed by the end of 2025. So about a 10 to 12-year operation that's replacing a 75-plus-year-old facility in which we are still operating today. Shame on us for putting our workforce, our great workforce, in a position that they're working in these facilities. Now, don't get me wrong. These facilities are all safe, but we're throwing money into facilities to keep those structures safe and secure so we can continue our important work. But we're doing so, we're in challenging times. That's why it's so critical to complete the UPF and all the other major construction activities going on. And I think we've got the right team to do it with our acquisition and project management team, with our health and safety team, our facilities team, and with the great leadership of Dr. Charlie Verdon and NA10 and defense programs leading that charge, thinking about where we need to be strategically in the next 20 to 50 years. Goes to the whole aspect of our nuclear weapons stockpile. We built those nuclear weapons nominally for a 20-year life program. We are now extending the life of our nuclear weapons to 70 years and beyond. We can do that because of the scientific prowess resident in our labs, plants, and sites. But we need to make sure that we have the backbone and the infrastructure to do that. And time is of the essence to get our infrastructure modernized, which is one of our signature events right now at all of our labs, plants, and sites. Our tritium facility, one-of-a-kind facility at Savannah River, for example, is more than 50 years old. We're finally going to get a tritium replacement facility, thanks to the good work of Congress and our stakeholders. So anyway, sorry, you have me on a roll, Norm. So I get excited about this stuff, but we've got a lot of great people, and people understand project management, and people understand the leadership that we need, and they're executing it
cleaning was
phenomenally
on the side porch.
I hope that helped give you an idea, Norm, where we're headed.
Thank you.
Lisa, let me ask you a question. This Bill Samuels. You have a communications department?
We do.
Give us some sense of the size and what they do, what their mission is, how effective.
You bet. So about 1.5 years, 2 years ago, I undertook about 6 strategic initiatives across the NNSA enterprise, one of which was external communications. We have an organization that's made up of intergovernmental affairs, intergovernmental and congressional affairs, external affairs, public affairs, and then local community affairs. And while our team was excellent at what they were doing, we were finding that because we are made up of labs, plants, and sites, and we have field offices associated with them, we would necessarily, if something was happening at Site X, and they were working with their congressional staffers or those from the local communities, it might not have been advantageous, and either headquarters would have been doing the outreach to the Hill, or the local community would be doing outreach to the Hill. So one of the signature events was to look at, or signature plans, action plans, was to look across the entire enterprise at our field offices and our labs, plants, and sites and our headquarters organizations. Bring them all in and figure out the best way to be able to articulate in an outward-facing manner our communication strategy across our NNSA enterprise, our intergovernmental affairs, our local affairs with our community, and all of the different elements of our external affairs organization. And so that, I think, has paid untold dividends, because I'm of the opinion if a lab director wants to speak with his local congressman or senator, or he's on the Hill, he or she are on the Hill, I think that's a wonderful thing. But to ensure that we're all speaking with one voice, so that, because a lab director might not know what's going on at a plant manager's site. And so to ensure that we have cohesiveness, we share. We are absolutely a transparent organization. Never would we stop anybody from speaking to a congressman or a senator or anything like that. But we have an incredibly important mission that will serve us better if we do it in an integrated approach. And I'm happy to say that this is actually this reintegration, or this integration of our external affairs organization, which is made up of about nominally 12 people. Actually, that construct has been taken and emulated at Los Alamos National Laboratory recently, where they had a number of different organizations. Their public affairs, their congressional affairs, their intergovernmental affairs organizations were in 3 different stovepipes. They liked so much the model that NNSA has at headquarters that they've emulated that. So I think that speaks volumes about how we're working towards a common theme. We pass each other press releases and statements, because we need to make sure that the message we're speaking is about NNSA. So if we're talking about a B61 project, it might involve 2 or 3 different organizations. We want to make sure we get the message out about all the things we're doing. So I think that that integrated organization that we made with one of my signature tasks has really paid dividends. And it also, let me say, it also works hand in glove with the Department of Energy's congressional and intergovernmental affairs and their public affairs. Not a day goes by where we don't have some kind of interaction with both the larger DOE public affairs and intergovernmental affairs. So we're working in lockstep to make sure that the contributions of the bigger department are also being folded into the message that we're sending throughout NNSA.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Administrator, this is Kurt Heckman. First off, great job. Really appreciated your comments today, and very, very helpful and spot on. Elsewhere in the DOE, tech transfer into industry is pretty big. I realize that obviously due to a lot of the classified nature of the work being done in the NNSA, that perhaps direct transfer to the public sector is not that easy. Having said that, I am aware, though, that the NNSA does such tremendous scientific work that does make its way into, if you will, cross-pollination with the, like the Office of Science and other, like NAE, the Nuclear Energy and the Applied offices. Can you talk at all to that point, how some of the terrific science that you have to do as part of your core mission does make its way into the mainstream of the body of science? Is there any thoughts that you can convey on that?
Absolutely. Thanks for the question. As you know, our labs, plants, and sites, and in particular, the Office of Science has some programs, say, at Los Alamos or Livermore or Sandia. And we also contribute, PNNL, for example, Pacific Northwest Laboratories, which is an Office of Science laboratory, more than 50% of their workload is actually NNSA-directed work. So we do have overlap, and the natural overlap leads to good things, whether it's basic science or applied science, or the contributions that we make for our nuclear security missions. We have a robust Office of Technology Transfer Program through CRADAS, through a number of different elements, where we can actually transfer the basic science and the benchtop work that we've been doing out to the private sector. While it's not directly related to our nuclear security missions, for example, right now, Sandia is doing a lot of work on the COVID-19 pandemic work with, and so is Los Alamos. All of our labs, plans, and sites actually are contributing. Y12, Savannah River are doing 3D printing, and everybody's contributing to fighting this scourge that is the pandemic. But we're transferring a lot of that IP out to the universe, so that maybe somebody can tweak it here, tweak it there. So just on its face, just the benchtop science and the innovation and the collaboration amongst our labs, plants, and sites, and that with the Office of Science laboratories, as well as the Applied Science laboratories and the Office of Energy. There are untold opportunities there. And to the greatest level and extent, we are all in for being able to, where appropriate, of course, as you rightfully stated, to do tech transfer if it's appropriate. But by all means, we're working very closely with the Office of Science and the Office of Energy on just those kinds of examples.
Great. And I was also thinking, too, about our supercomputers. Correct me if I'm wrong, and I may be wrong. I mean, we wouldn't be doing all this.
Thank you. Thank you for the reminder. The first exascale that's supposed to come online at Argonne next year will be soon followed by a collaborative relationship between the Office of Science and NNSA, where we will be unveiling our first exascale computer at Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory, and the Office of Science will be rolling out Oak Ridge National Laboratory. So just by that cohesion between the Office of Science and NNSA, we're able to get to the next generation of high-performance computing with our exascale program that we're doing in collaboration with each other, which means we're also saving the taxpayers a lot of money. If we would have done it in a stovepipe way, it certainly would have cost taxpayers a lot more money. So just in that regard, we're working collaboratively, and we're also looking, again, Kurt, to your point about technology transfer to the private sector. Incredibly important area.
Great. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Hi, this is Tom Rosenbaum. I want to follow up on this theme just a little bit after your wonderful disquisition on the mission of NNSA. And I particularly like the way that you wove in the science and technology that underlay the and how that's attractive to recruiting people. But I also think that there must be all kinds of stories that you can tell, and maybe you're telling them already, but you have unique resources, obviously. You touched on the computational resources, but there are those, of course, apply, and you've had programs in modeling fusion for obvious reasons, but they apply to supernovae too, and so you understand the universe in that way. Or you develop the largest, most powerful lasers in the world, again, of course, to compress pellets to mock up fusion, but the laser technology is remarkable. Or nuclear forensics, which you hinted at, which you can imagine all kinds of people getting interested in. Maybe they don't want to learn actinide chemistry, but they might appreciate the fact that you can identify material, where the material came from, and which country it might be attributed to. So I think there are a lot of great narratives that are unique to NNSA, and I would just encourage the development of those for both educational purposes and drawing people in.
You're hired.
Yeah, well, appreciate it.
No, thank you. Those are great insights, and my team is standing by and listening, so we take your ideas and your points. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. With ICF, of course, and we've got a great tie, obviously, University of Rochester, and then ICF, and then NIF and our Z machine. So just on its face, just the, having responsibility for the inertial confinement fusion program makes a big difference. But it's also, it's exactly like you said, how we can take, identify those types of resources and how we're contributing to forensics. And you did touch on that, and that's exactly what we're doing. That is one of our foremost important programs. And we've just sought and hopefully we'll be receiving additional resources just for that program because we have told the story about how important elements of the contributions that our entire enterprise make to programs like forensics, like counterterrorism and counterproliferation. So thank you for that. We'll do a better deep dive on being able to tell those little snippets and vignettes about all of our programs throughout our entire enterprise where we can.
Excellent. Any other questions?
Come on, Admiral Meese. I know you're dying to ask me something.
Oh, okay.
You took the bait.
One of the problems that all organizations that deal with security clearances have faced is a huge backlog in security clearances and the difficulty of hiring young people and then the time lag in getting them security clearances. I know you've done a lot of things to improve that. I'm in if COVID has created a further barrier to getting people cleared and able to do classified work rather than just unclassified work.
So thank you, and I promise this wasn't a setup. So thanks for the question, Admiral Meese. I'm happy to update you on two very important aspects. As I mentioned with the broader COVID-19 issue, there's some things we just can't do by telework. We have made sure that we could maximize teleworking where appropriate for unclassified work, but there are people that just work, like myself, on classified systems every single day in our defense programs activities, and those people, and we all have to be at work every single day. So where we were able to maximum telework, we would. That said, with the next generation and with the new hires, I'm so happy to say, and for those of you that are not familiar, normal clearance took anywhere between 12 and 24 months to get for somebody, a new hire coming in. We're down to 4 months with new hires getting security clearances. And that has gone uninterrupted throughout COVID. The team in Albuquerque has done a phenomenal job. We adjudicated more than 12,000. I just actually gave them an award when I was out at Albuquerque last week. I gave them an award for their exceptional service for integrating the entire security clearance process in NNSA. You may or may not know, but we took over the program for NNSA out of the Department of Energy. So we're responsible now for handling our own security clearances. Which has helped because we're focused on certain activities, and obviously we can prioritize if necessary. However, the standard time frame now is 4 months. And we've done something else with the organization NBIB out of the Office of OPM. We actually asked them to move some of their adjudicators to our local sites. So that helped because we were otherwise hamstrung if they were in the Washington, D.C. area and we had clearances that we had to get processed at Los Alamos. Just that time, the travel and all of that just really extended the time period. We are now, because of the great work by NBIB and now working with our Department of Defense colleagues, we've been able to tighten that window. And that makes it very promising. While people know that they're going to probably have to have a security clearance because the preponderance of NNSA employees throughout our entire enterprise have clearances and we require acute clearance, they know there's going to be a period whereby they won't be able to actually work on day one on the project or program for which they may have been hired originally. So, but to be able to shrink that to 4 months has just paid off in untold dividends, because traditionally you bring in the best and the brightest, you bring in a technician, you bring in an accountant, and they have to sit around for a year or so doing more or less, my words, busy work. That's just unacceptable. We can't do that to bringing in people, offering them opportunities. They want to contribute, yet we've hamstrung them through the security clearance process. So we're doing great work, and we continue to push down that backlog. We're in the hundreds of right now, rather than the tens of thousands of backlogs that we had for adjudicating the 5-year re-up as well as the new clearances. So we're really making some headway. We've really spent a lot of time on this issue because we have to do that. We have to make sure that we're continuing with the reinvestigations as well as the new investigations.
That's terrific, Lisa.
Nice seeing you, even if it's virtual.
Well, thank you, and we will certainly do some deeper dives and, have additional questions following on. But again, this is a great beginning of the conversation regarding the branding of the breadth of the DOA. We're getting such a great exposure to how incredibly wide the universe is. Oh, I'll leave you with this last question, Administrator Haggerty. Dan Yergin asked very early on, why science is in the DOE and not its own Ministry of Science. A fair question probably was, why is the NNSA in DOE and not in its own off of the world? And I think you've already touched on it, the whole attitude of the synergy between the labs, the sciences that go back and forth. But as that brand topic comes up, that's probably one we probably want to follow up with on that topic. But that's a good question to be able to answer. Why is the NNSA in DOE? So.
I'll leave that as a rhetorical question, but I do always have an answer, an opinion for that. And I think it's just the history and the vestiges of the Atomic Energy Commission, then ERDA, and then DOE, and because of the refinement of the labs, plants, and sites. And it just made sense. And of course, obviously, because of the basic science and the foundational science that we do across all of the great programs in the program secretarial offices of the Office of Science and the Office of Energy. So it works. And we're going to continue to be, as you know, 20 years ago, we were made a semi-autonomous agency, and we continue to contribute. I proudly wear the hat of both the administrator of the NNSA and the Undersecretary for Nuclear Security. So that makes it, I think, a great part of integrating NNSA back into the entire Department of Energy so we can share resources across the board.
Terrific. Thank you so much.
Anyway, thank you everyone for your time. I really appreciate it, and I hope I gave you some insights into NNSA's branding and how we're contributing to the nation's nuclear security. And I'm always available for questions or a conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I guess we're just slightly ahead of schedule, and I guess if Undersecretary DeBar, if you're ready, we could probably jump right in.
I am. You hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Everything, do you hear me okay, Kurt?
Yes, we do, sir. Absolutely.
Okay, great. It's nice to join you here again, second time here today, and a follow-up from this morning's conversations. This topic is one that I'm particularly passionate about. When I first showed up 3 years ago, I very clearly thought that there was a branding challenge at the department and how to address it. Kurt Heckman and I actually started talking about this a long time ago, about awareness around branding of what we do and the challenges that we run into, given that I think we've all discussed, and I'll give you some more examples yet again, we're in a content-rich environment, but an awareness, a very low level of awareness. And I've had more than one member of Congress talk about how we really have great content, but we don't really know how to go tell our story. I've heard that, many a time from a member of Congress. I think, as you all know, former Secretary Perry used to refer to the department as a department of everything, given the breadth of the place that we have to deal with. In some earlier public comments, I used to refer to this place as it would be better descriptor if the name of the department was called the Department of Energy Science and Strategic Weapons, but that's not a really great marketing kind of spiel. Recently, I've started calling it the Department of Exploration, so maybe a few of you might find that at least a good descriptor of at least part of it. Whether we're exploring energy or exploring science or exploring the ways of dealing with supporting national defense for the country. is at least one. It doesn't hit on the energy really well, calling it the Department of Exploration. But the Public Affairs even made a logo on it at one press thing, so that they went a little further down the path on that one. My particular portfolio is an example of an example that shows this how acute this challenge is. As you all know, my portfolio includes the Office of Environmental Management and Legacy Management, who are responsible for, cleanup and stewardship of the Manhattan Project. And then we move on that, we have the 17 national labs. I fund and support as one undersecretary who hits on every single one of the 17 national labs. But 11 of them directly report to me. And 10 of them are from one of my offices and one from another. And as you heard, Undersecretary Menzies has 3, and Undersecretary Gordon Hagerty has 3. So we have this kind of matrix organization. We know who actually reports to who in terms of various operations and where it's funded, but trying to describe all that to from an awareness point of view and a branding point of view, where each and every one of the labs has their own logo, has their own history. I'm wearing a Los Alamos outfit. I did have a JPL one on, but then I thought better of myself today that I should at least do the brand for us today while we're talking about brands rather than JPL. So I apologize to President Rosenbaum on that sartorial selection a few minutes ago. And then on top of that, the 17 national ads, 16 of them, we have managers who are associated with other organizations. So we have Battelle and University of Chicago and Tennessee and many others who are also all part of this kind of myriad of our engagement, which really confuses it. On top of that, so I'll speak to the Office of Science. So within the Office of Science, we have 6 program offices that we manage and all the different work that we do in the 6 areas. We have Basic Energy Sciences, which is frankly not a great name for what it does. It certainly does chemistry and materials, but imaging and so on, that is quite large. We got Advanced Scientific Computing Research, which also is not the best name for the fact that most people have no idea that we have been running supercomputing at the top end of the world since the Cray 1. Most people have no idea of that. Fusion Energy Sciences, High Energy Physics, which once again trying to communicate what high energy physics does for the world in terms of discovery is hard to do. As we all know, one of the leaders of high energy physics in history, Einstein, there's great history about general theory relativity and him going on tour after him publishing that and successfully confusing people for several years hence in the press. And biology and environmental research and nuclear physics. Once again, trying to describe quarks and gluons on branding is also a bit of a challenge. I also have the Artificial Intelligence Office I need to try to brand and try to talk about. And then finally, one that at least has tried to move the ball forward on this topic is the Office of Technology Transitions, where we have now, as you all know, a Chief Commercialization Officer. And one of the main purposes of the Chief Commercialization Officer, besides actually pushing technology and engagement out the door through cooperative research agreements and licensing of the vast amount of IP that we produce every year, but is also to increase engagement and awareness that we are producing technology and that we actually want to engage with private sector entities to try to move it out the door. And so that, as you all know, we've been trying to do an active promotion campaign on many different aspects. One of them have been the Innovation X Labs that you all know about, where we've picked on certain technologies to increase awareness, grid technologies, storage, AI. We have one coming up on quantum, where we've been pushing awareness and as a part of that, effectively brand of what we do and how do we partner. And so there's a broad list of things that I think that we have been trying to do, but the challenge is the breadth. There's a number of different things I know was talked about here this morning on a number of different topics around what we're targeting and what we want to accomplish. So what were the segments that we wanted to try to go after and address, and what were the various messages that we wanted to. And I think recommendations on that segmenting and the sort of messages. So Samantha was talking about that earlier today. I think is a major point about how do we go about addressing that and how do we map it out. If in anyone who works at big companies, you're trying to develop a communication plan. You're trying to identify, who you are, who you represent, and then what's the standard of what you're supposed to be engaging with partners. Obviously, the chair runs a big company on talking about energy delivery. So does Dr. Pizarro, and I'm certain he has various brand aspects that he wants to try to communicate for Southern California Edison, and he has a couple of different brands he has to probably manage. And so all of you, have different aspects of this. One of the big things that, as you would probably guess, coming from my particular area, is to talk about content. So this place is content rich, and I think there's a great number of opportunities to talk about content within the segmentation. So as was discussed by Undersecretary Menzies and others, we've produced an awful lot, right? So as some examples of that, the whole nuclear area was invented by the complex, was invented by us. So that's not only nuclear power, but also nuclear medicine, nuclear imaging. You can't go and get anything kind of major done in terms of identifying any kind of major challenges around cancer or other things like that without having the DOE having helped execute on that. I think, as you all know, but most people do not, that the Human Genome Project was started at a DOE national lab. It was started at Lawrence Livermore. It transferred over to a large degree to Lawrence Berkeley, and then working with UC Berkeley, ended up doing the Human Genome Project. And another example in the genome area is that the first funding for Jennifer Dauda, who invented CRISPR-Cas9 and gene editing, was funded out of Lawrence Berkeley. So DOE was one of her initial funders that allowed the revolution of genomics. So there's a number of broad areas that we have. I won't keep going through them, but we have a lot of what I would call historical content rich, which is still being applied today around awareness and branding that we can be supportive of. And there's a whole long list of things that we're working on here today, which is frankly too long of a list to lay out. But let me just hit on a couple of them. We've talked a lot about clean energy and new energy development. Most people certainly think about us from a brand point of view that we must have something to do with energy. It is in our title, notwithstanding my jokes previously of me trying to morph that into different names. But I was just going through a list of of the top technologies we are working on today, and I came up with 23 different ones that we're working on here today. Some of which were identified by people talking here earlier in the day, that we are working on that most people don't understand. So they understand we have a brand on energy. A reasonable number of people know that we are a major R&D enterprise. Not everyone actually knows that. Very few people actually know the portfolio of what we see coming up, right? So whether it's artificial photosynthesis, right, or next generation solar and perovskites, fusion's a lot closer than most people realize right now in terms of actually hitting a net out machine. We talked about advanced nuclear, new wind technologies that are out there. I could keep on going. There's like a long list of these things. Grid technologies will allow distributed energy to be deployed across the country. So long list of things that we're working on right now that could be really groundbreaking. But most people don't realize what that portfolio is. I'll give you an example of something that we tried here previously. One of the challenges around Washington is that there are people who make policy who sometimes don't actually have a technical background in the area that they're writing policy on. And we were trying to help drive some of that dialogue so that decisions can be made on policy based on where the actual technology is. So we actually work with CSIS to do a series of panels on one technology at a time. It's almost like X Labs, but it's more about informing the world where energy technologies are, so that when people start thinking about proposing policy changes and ideas and or just general awareness, that people know where it's at. So we had one on advanced nuclear and fusion. We had one on batteries and storage. So we kind of went through our major areas to help kind of push along knowledge. And that in part helps push along the brand and awareness that DOE, to a large degree, is a very large R&D enterprise. And so that people can understand that. One of the things that I find interesting about brand and awareness and around energy is that most people don't realize that the U.S. federal government is the largest government spender in next generation energy technologies in the world. And when I go around the world and I talk about how much money we're spending and what we're doing in storage and batteries and what are we doing in artificial photosynthesis and whatnot, for the most part, I go to other countries and they are nowhere near the investment in the scope and in the amount of dollars that we're spending on that. So just another example around branding and awareness in a kind of a core area of the department, which is not well understood. If you think about the areas of science, once again, a lot of people think, if they know about the Office of Science and the lab complex and what we do, the kind of the basic knowledge is that's discovery science, and you kind of, there's nothing applied about any of that. That there could be nothing more wrong than that. That the Office of Science has applied applications that come out of what we're doing. So a lot of the chemistry work we do in the Office of Science directly rolls into what's going to be next generation battery chemistries beyond lithium ion. It wouldn't be there, right? If we would have said, that whole work that we do at JC's or at Argonne or elsewhere should only be about discovery science and nothing about being applied, that would be a waste of the taxpayers' money, frankly, right? About us kind of moving forward with those chemistries that could really work. Obviously, quantum, I know I can bore everyone here too much talking about quantum, but I'll have to bring it up, especially after last week. So quantum technologies is based on quantum mechanics, which was basically ideas generated by Planck, Bohr, and Einstein about 100 years ago. And it's only, and the core of quantum technology and quantum mechanics is basically particle physics. And the engineering around trying to get that particle physics to be useful is something that people have been generally working on for 100 years. And we're now just reaching the point where we're able to meld what I would call physics 2.0. That was, both 1.0, which was Maxwell and the origins of magnetic fields and so on, that were identified 100 years ago, plus or minus, that became the applications today of the power industry and more, and kind of more well-known semiconductors and microelectronics and photons dealing with telecommunications. That was all from the application of what I would call the first wave of physics that occurred starting with, give or take, Maxwell. Some people will argue as Franklin, but whatever, Volta. But starting in the late 1800s through today, and that was applied physics that is now core to who we are as a world. And now quantum mechanics, which once again they couldn't quite figure out how to apply it back then, and even debating about the theory of it. And now we're at a point in which we can take physics 2.0, the particle physics of then, to actually apply it to real world problems, just like we did with Maxwell back then. And so, trying to talk about the brand of DOE and the Office of Science on taking core physics, just like it was done back then for what we have today in the digital world, how we can take it to the next stage in physics 2.0 and drive another layer of physics to something that's going to be even more exciting than we have today in technology. I'll give you one final area. Once again, some of you have direct interest in this. We certainly compare ourselves to others in government, and NASA obviously has a very strong brand. We obviously look very enviously at NASA and NASA's brand and making movies and so on. It's kind of self-perpetuating in terms of that. Obviously, we don't have Kennedy Space Center, and obviously we don't have rockets going up into space or rovers being driven by certain institutions. Although I have to admit, CERN's pretty interesting, and the branding at CERN of the antimatter factory. They have a big sign that says the antimatter factory. They should have a bigger sign and put funded by DOE underneath it, even though it's in Geneva. Because there's some very exciting things going on in terms of content. And I think, frankly, we have plenty of opportunities for branding. And the challenges, as I was mentioned, talking about segmentation. So I think we have plenty of content. I think we understand where the different segments are to kind of go after. I think our biggest challenge is actually putting effort on defining exactly how to take that massive amount of content, all those different segments that we go after, and with a limited amount of resources and time and people that we can put against this overly broad set of content that we have, both history and going forward, and how do we segment that? And I think, as what Kirsten was talking about earlier, about what do we want to accomplish. I think one thing that it's a little hard to, with all this kind of content and kind of awareness and branding, it's hard to kind of put a finger on all this. But I would have to say that part of it's worked. It's kind of hard to exactly put a point on it. But if you look at the amount of support that the National Lab Complex has gotten, I think, as you all know, in the last 3 years, the budgetary support is up 32%. And so if you think about fixed costs are generally fixed, that 32% is very incremental on what I would call things being aspirational. And what we're able to do right now in the complex in terms of new construction and new areas, such as building the first collider in this country, Greenfield, for the first time in decades. As you all know, we announced at Brookhaven earlier this year, or our effort in quantum, or our effort, as you all know, in our grand challenge for beyond lithium-ion batteries. The list keeps going on of what we just started in the last 3 years. I have to admit, the odds are, it's hard to put your finger on exactly why that has happened, but there's a good chance that the awareness and the brand of DOE has been successful in terms of awareness, at least with people who appropriate and provide us money, which once again gets out to the broader country. That has obviously, I think, at least been somewhat successful based on that metric. So, in summary, once again, I agree with what was discussed earlier on questions earlier by the board. That we should have a dedicated plan. We should try to figure out which segments we want to go after. I don't know if we should be prioritizing them, because if we try to go after everything, it's a bit of a challenge. But how do we do that? And then also, as mentioned by the board earlier, about what do we want to accomplish around that brand. Once again, I think we're doing a pretty good job in terms of stakeholder support around financial support. But there's certainly other things that we want to accomplish with the private sector and with academia that we want to try to, I think, expand upon, notwithstanding what we've been doing for 3 years. So with that, Kurt, maybe I'll pass it back to you for questions.
Sir, thank you. That was perfect. As usual, we really appreciate your input and your touching on the breadth of it, which is I'm still learning on a regular basis. Questions for Undersecretary DeBar?
Paul, this is Rich. Great presentation. I have been involved with DOE for a long period of time, mostly NNSA, but some of the other labs. But we talked earlier about silos of excellence, and there's historically been a healthy competition amongst the labs, including peer review and other issues, which I think is good. But to a degree, I've always felt that a multi-lab initiative or proposal was much more powerful than a single lab. to what degree is the headquarters working to try and promote more and more collaboration while retaining that healthy competition?
Yeah, yes, Admiral. So, that's a point we think about an awful lot. I don't know if Undersecretary mentioned this, but he picked up a term at Sandia recently called co-opetition. And someone at Sandia must have come up with that came up with that term. So I'll use that also here going forward. For those people listening, obviously you do it. You know this well, Admiral. But the history of the National Lab Complex, there was certainly a time period in which there's jokes about about labs kind of having serious degrees of competition. There are lots of jokes about that. And I think as things have happened over time with various leadership teams, I think some of the negatives associated with being highly competitive on various programs, including the defense programs, as everyone knows, as well as others between the labs. I think to a large degree, the negative, the balance in the co-opetition has reached a much more productive state, certainly than 20, 30, 40 years ago, where those stories were more entertaining and more prevalent. And so that has occurred. Let me talk to you about a few details around it. One of the things that has been very positive was the creation of a National Lab Director Council. So the lab directors themselves getting together and talking about around various things that are lab complex wide topics on a regular basis, that we have an ability that cuts across the various programs. So we could equally talk to, at the same time, the head of Los Alamos and NREL and NETL and and Savannah River National Lab. So ones that typically report to separate undersecretaries and separate programs, we have a direct conduit to talk to them about broader issues. I'll give you an example, very topical right now, which is about security of IP and foreign countries' penetration and attempts to appropriate IP. That doesn't matter what program office that you're in. The lab director should be able to be thoughtful about what's the right policies that are equally as applicable from one lab to the next. So they're able to do that on a regular basis and drive things going forward. On a regular basis now, from a research and a point of view, they work together, I think, better than they ever have. So whether it's in defense programs, as many of you know from a previous SEAB meeting, we started up the National Virtual Biotech Lab really to coordinate, because we really don't, when it comes to COVID, we really don't have a lot of time to compete. We really have no time, I think, to compete when it comes to the complex, and that we should just figure out how to allocate resources and deploy it literally today. And that's what we were able to do to that. So that's a great example, Admiral, of something that we've done. We do ultimately, at the end of the day, when we have programs, we have dollars, we have certain things, we want them to still bid and come up with the best ideas. So notwithstanding that they work and then cooperate, we very much want them to come up with their independent ideas to generate and push for them things that we had not thought of, which is most of the things we have not thought of it. They will come up with it at the grassroots level, at the PI level, at each lab, and then for them to pitch to us. So I'll give you an example. We've publicly said that we're about to, make our selections for the National Quantum Initiative Quantum Research Centers. I very much part of the legislation. It said that we will be encouraging people that have teams to submit that have collaborations between national labs, academia, and the private sector. I think everyone should be very, Admiral, very pleasantly surprised as we get to announcing that next month, that the breadth will be beyond anyone's expectations, beyond my expectations. I think the community that we will help be engendering a stronger breadth of the community will be surprising to everyone on what you will see as a result of the breadth of the interest that or the centers that you will see. I think it will be quite positively surprising around that as we move forward with kind of final selections and announcements.
Paul, I've got a question that relates to what Rich just said, you were saying. It goes back to two lessons that I learned, and I'd like to kind of get your comments on them. They go back a long time ago. I was in the business world at that time, and I became very concerned that we weren't investing enough in research writ large, but particularly at our universities. And it turned out Bert Richter shared that view, and so Bert and I decided to team up as a two-man gang and start beating the halls of the Congress and the White House, which we did. And we'd go into an office in the Congress and say that science is really important. And maybe they'd sort of nod their heads like maybe it is. And the next group that came in would be the physicists, and they'd say physics is really important, but don't waste your time on chemistry. And then would we come in and say, well, we're the particle physics. Don't spend your time on solid state physics. And pretty soon it was the top quarks versus the bottom quarks. And the people in Congress would just throw up their hands and say, if it's so important, you can't agree on it. It can't be very important. Anyway, two lessons taken away. One is if in branding, we would all just talk about science because they don't know a top quark from a bottom quark, and nor do they need to. And if we would just talk about the importance of science. And secondly, something that turned out that was interesting to me that I hadn't anticipated, if the people who are speaking on behalf of science or science at the DOE, the head of a lab, for example, go see the member of Congress in the company of a local business person. And the CEO of the largest employer in the state is the best way to do it. And when Bert and I would go out together, here's a CEO guy, and here's a Nobel laureate, and they both think this is important. And it was amazing how we could get an audience that neither of us alone probably could have gotten. And so I guess I would encourage you to try to build affiliations with outsiders who speak on your behalf, because it's more powerful than speaking on your own behalf. And then lastly, speak on behalf of science. I don't know, does that make sense?
So actually, let me thank you, because we as a leadership team were able to walk into a situation in which I think in general, the dialogue that had preceded us in terms of the community around investments required for R&D and support, there was that base load, to go to use power term, that base load of we need to invest, and we need to invest had been happening for a long period of time because of you and others. And we walked into a situation in which you saw the Association of Land-Grant Universities and the Association of the Private Universities and the Chemical Association, where it had reached a point where that dialogue had actually generally reached a point that you were hoping it would be to, which is they tended to lean against the old ways of having their narrow arguments, and they started being broader. Obviously, we're a broad entity, so when we talk about it, we do exactly what you just said. And so there was, I think, whether it's the private sector, whether it was the university system and how they talked about where to go invest, or the agencies like us and NSF and NIST talk together a lot, right, about where we overlap and how we work together. I think that coordination really occurred. And let me give you an example, very narrow example to your point. So when it came in, the fusion area was very much segmented. It was, I only like inertial confinement, and I only like, very subset, right, portions of fusion. And the other areas of the Office of Science dealing with nuclear physics or high energy physics had generally gotten together through decadal reports, all getting on the same page and all singing from the same songbook, but fusion had not. It was the one area of the Office of Science that had not. And I, engendered or, directed a P5 report for the office, for the fusion area for the country, got everyone to work together. They published a report. They have a final one coming up. but they reached consensus. So I've watched that community move away from your point, because it was still doing it when we showed up, about what are the commonalities associated on how to advocate. So I think part of the reason why you're seeing strong support for NASA, strong support in terms of dollars and support for NASA, for NSF, for us, obviously. NIH is up quite a bit in the last 3 years, even before COVID. Was, I think, that baseload of what you and others did, and we're just kind of heading down that same path. And I think, as you all know, we've talked about this since the last time we talked. There's even more proposals, some extremely large proposals that are out there, and whether those get passed or not, we're just seeing that momentum around support for R&D. I will say one last final thing. I know there's this debate about competition in China, the Chinese Communist Party, not really China, but the Chinese Communist Party and us. And obviously, where to go invest, and us as in the country, that's also kind of piled on around. It's important to have a defensive aspect, because we don't want our IP stolen. No PI at any university wants their idea stolen, and we in the government don't want it stolen. And if you work at a private company, you don't want your IP stolen. And so it's important to be defensive around people who are trying to steal our things. But it's more important for us to be offensive and to invest, as your question posed. And so you got to have a balance, but it's more important to be offensive. And I think the country's in the right path right now to be offensive around further investment in R&D and workforce and universities to do that.
Thank you. Hey, Paul, it's Mark. I'm sorry.
Oh, thanks. Pedro here. Thanks very much for your remarks. I know we've talked about this in the context of the Innovation Working Group as well, but you think about the branding relative to science, there's all these different stakeholder communities that are important. I think, you've done a lot on the industry stakeholder side through the X Labs to try and create at least some commonality across specific, topic areas. And I think it's been helpful internally too, in helping different parts of the complex know what they're each doing, but it's a great outreach, vehicle for industry. We talked earlier about Capitol Hill and, that set of stakeholders. We've talked some, I think, about the general public, not having maybe the awareness of the broader sense of mission. But one question I wanted to ask you was, one other important stakeholder group is new talent that you're trying to attract to feed that science mission. And it's a time where that branding is important given the level of competition for that talent. You're seeing, skyrocketing salaries for, a number of those disciplines. If they go to, the tech sector, for example, is, hefty competition from academia as well. How are you feeling about the branding relative to the newly minted PhD or the, 5 years out postdoc who might be considering the labs? And is more that needs to be done there to make sure you continue to attract that source of innovation?
Yeah, so Dr. Pizarro, I wanted to start off by defending chemistry from Norma Augustine on your behalf. Sorry, that's a joke for people who are listening, that Dr. Pizarro is a chemist from at the end of the day, a large part of the complex is just a large employer at the cutting edge of various different items. And I think if I caught it correctly there with Undersecretary Gordon Haggerty, I mean, she has a large recruiting effort required for her effort. And so your question in particular is quite topical for her everyday operations. But obviously, the rest of the complex is a very large organization with 60,000 people, overall, and so we care very much about bringing in the right people across the board. We also know that we have a secondary effect, even though it's not directly our operations, around helping develop the fields that we support, and obviously the $3 billion or so a year of grants that we do effectively as a supporter of that. I think at the end of the day, from a branding point of view, and maybe this is the easiest answer to your question, is that we've created there's an opportunity here, given what we were just talking about, of enhanced support and dollars, that we are building. We're starting every construction project and every science facility that was on the drawing board, and we're going back and redoing the drawing board because the support continues to be so strong. And so there's a little bit of us being, a very large center of gravity. I'm going to start devolving into physics here if I don't stop myself. Bringing people in because this additional support provides for momentum around energy, no pun intended, around our various topics, and it draws students into study areas as a result of that money and that support and that enthusiasm of discovery. And I feel like it's happening. It's a little hard when you're sitting in the job and you talk about it every day. It's hard to not get enthusiastic. But at the end of the day, when you see philanthropies endowing giant molecular engineering schools at the University of Chicago, very large investments that you see, that sucks in students. I see that when I was there, this last week with the Pritzker School, that endowment and money bring people in. But from our point of view, we certainly have money. It's easy for us to talk about money. But I think for us, if you look at what we're doing with it on the discovery side, what's happening with Mars this week, right? What's happening with launching the quantum internet and just letting people know that branding associated with it and explaining it to people, I think that draws in people. And once again, there's one person here who can talk about this better than I can. But the exciting point about NASA and what happened in the late 60s was less about the actual technology that was developed because, Tang was exciting, but, it didn't have a giant impact on technology. But it was the visual associated with the young kids who saw what happened and what could be done. And that's what that brand, that visual sucked in more into your question, Pedro, around kids wanting to come and be attracted to that. And so for us to highlight the exciting things that we're working on, I think is really important. I had a very interesting meeting. It was kind of humorous. A little round table at Persis Drell's house about two and a half years ago at Stanford. She's the provost of Stanford, for people who don't know her. And it was a salon dinner to talk about technology, and the purpose of it was to talk about next generation semiconductors and quantum. And there were people lamenting that were semiconductor designers from the engineering department at Stanford. They said, we have a hard time getting people excited because all the kids want to go into clean energy. So that momentum, right, kind of comes and goes. But obviously, clean energy is a big example, right, of what's motivating younger kids right now because of the general dialogue. And that dialogue of what we invest in technology for energy, obviously because of general dialogue, is attracting people and lamenting the poor semiconductor designers at Stanford.
Undersecretary Barr, this is Kurt. You're heading right down the path that I was hoping we would go, and that is one of our issues that I believe that we run into continuously is to the scientific community. They kind of can get what we're doing pretty quickly without having to go into great detail. But I think that there's a large majority of people that say, why should this matter to me? And the question, as I started to think about our different missions throughout the complex, and certainly science being so near and dear to my heart, is if we are successful on any of these things that we're working on, what does that mean to the common person in their future? I mean, I know you're working with, isotopes, talk about something complex, you're working about, actinium, and I get the number wrong, 255 or whatever it is, and it could cure cancer. You talk about all these different really high-tech topics that, again, we need to help the community. This is where I was hoping branding's partially going to go, make the bridge from why this crazy technical topic like carbon capture and sequestration Why is that important? Oh, and if we can help people make the couple logical steps to painting the picture, it's almost like John Lennon's song, Imagine, if we could help people imagine what the world will be like when, I mean, they used to do it with fusion. Remember when they used to say fusion will make electricity so cheap that it shouldn't even be monitored, that it'll be free to everybody. Now, obviously, that didn't happen. But if we could help paint those pictures of if we're successful in all these different areas of our mission, what does that mean? And if we can help paint that picture, I think that's a great branding thing. I know branding companies do that. Why is Coca-Cola important to you? Well, it makes you feel better. And they're constantly working on about personalizing the importance of whatever that company is. And I hope we work on that. Do you have any thoughts on that topic?
Yeah, no, I think that could be a really interesting framework maybe for the board to think about, because if you think about buckets of work that we do and possibilities that we can aim toward, can accomplish, and maybe from a branding point of view, because there are too many different ones, and you get into the details, and it obviously starts multiplying exponentially in terms of the details of the sort of research that we're doing. I would argue that we probably shouldn't get into lots of branding dealing with, again, artificial photosynthesis. By the way, it's really exciting science, but that's probably a little too much in the weeds for branding purposes. So maybe, one way to manage this is that there should be kind of branding buckets, right, for the department. And you could say next generation energy, right? And then you could kind of get a summary, so to speak, of, the major exciting things. You can't list all of them either, but the major exciting things that we're pushing on and put that into a brand bucket and a communication package with, once again, the segments that you're going after. So you could go, here's what we accomplished, right? And you could have a little bit of that. And that, by the way, this is a little bit of my speeches, but you could probably put it into broader than a smaller speeches. And it's like, and here's the future, right? Here are the sort of things that are really possible, right? In terms of energy, right? You could talk about cars that could go 1,000 miles on an electrical charge, right? Because of next generation batteries. We're going to use water to make power, right? Fusion, right? These are the sort of things that we're working on. And in the tech area, right, we could go, what we're doing right now is going to allow us to come up with vaccines, hopefully in 2 months rather than a year, right? In terms of the various things that we're doing on computational biology and imaging and AI. Or, what I like to call physics 2.0 of information technology, quantum computing and quantum internet, right? And we could probably bucket these things so that it's at least more digestible to the point that, if you really want to get into superposition, we can do that, like actually happened in the Wall Street Journal interview, as we tried to do last week. I knew we were heading down a complexity hole that we were trying to stop from happening. But notwithstanding that, put it into bite-sized packages of like what we're working on, what we should be known for, and put it in big buckets that are not as complex as we normally talk about ourselves.
Perfect.
Yeah, hi, this is Tom. I want to start by assuring the Undersecretary that the JPL fleece is in the mail. So, no, but really, I think that the comments you made are actually extraordinarily important, in the comments of the board in terms of context and this idea of linking past successes that people understand with future prospects, because I think we are at a point where many in the public have lost faith that science and technology will make their lives better or is actually important for the nation. And maybe that's too pessimistic, but I think the trends are going that way. And so I think the question of how do you grab people's attention, how do you anchor them in something they believe and know has proven correct, but not be retrospective and somehow convert that into prospective, is really the branding game in a lot of ways. And I think what you're suggesting is exactly right in that fashion. You talked about the Human Genome Project. well, that's going to lead to drug discovery through the technologies of things like synchrotrons and all. And you don't have to go into the synchrotrons, but the fact that new drugs will come out of that. And the Chicago event, of course, you linked the Fermi pile and the dawn of the age of nuclear energy to the dawn of the age of quantum information. And I think those kinds of tendrils are really important. And if you step back a little more and you think about, well, what happens if we actually do get clean, cheap energy through these various investments? Well, we basically solve most of the world's problems in a lot of ways. Maybe not political problems, but you solve food, you solve water, you solve climate. And so this sort of bigger context is really an extraordinarily attractive way that I hope can reinforce people's belief in continuing investment in science and technology. And so thank you for pushing us ahead in this direction.
So I couldn't agree more. There was a great article I read a few months back about people looking at energy and the environment and so on. And the article was saying there's a group of people who are optimistic about how we solve this, and there's a group of people. And this is what the article said. There's a pessimistic group about how do we solve those problems. And the optimistic group are people who feel that through research and development we can invent new things, that we can solve solutions. And the pessimistic view. This is the article. I'm not saying I said this, but you have to regulate it. There's no way, that's the only way that you're going to be able to solve problems is to put rules in place in order to find solutions. And that's kind of the yin and yang of the argument. I could say that in general, since certainly my portfolio being a large part of DOE is R&D, and the R&D for the energy sector or for technology, we are better off today in medicine than we were. Our ability to buy and sell things and live better because of the internet and because of electronics is way better than where we were 50, 60, 70 years ago. And for us to have our standard of living because of energy is way better off. And in many respects, the environment is better off. We're out there, Pittsburgh you couldn't see outside your window 100 years ago. You saw the pictures of Pittsburgh. So there are things, there are problems, there are challenges, but we've invented things. It has worked. We've invented things in the recent past that have made major moves in various items. And, we're very optimistic. We're definitely, in general, in the optimistic group because we see the front end of innovation, like a lot of people who are here on the board. You see the front end coming in. And so you realize about how to go execute on it, how to go invest into it, how do you get the most out of that investment in that R&D, and how to push it out the door. And so I think you bring up a good point. I think we should, as part of our branding, our dialogue, our awareness, I think we should highlight the positives that we see every single day that we invest in the university system and the complex for the country and what's coming up.
Wonderful.
Paul, this is Bill Samuels. I'd like to compliment each of you on this discussion. As a member of the committee, this is a really helpful discussion. It was focused on practical solutions that make lives better. And that really, we need to be able to translate all that is good going on to how it helps people's lives better. And I think the discussion in the last 15 minutes has really been helpful for me.
Well, thank you, Bill. One of the quotes I used last week in Chicago was about talking about leadership, and a lot of innovation. When people innovate new things, it's one of the things that's a challenge sometimes is that your average person doesn't see the benefit of it, actually can't even contemplate what is being researched and developed and being potentially deployed. There's a quote from from Henry Ford, who said, if he would have asked the people what they wanted, they would have asked for a faster horse, right? Because they couldn't have anticipated a car at the time, right? And he said that sometimes with new ideas and new products, you need to have leadership and you need to communicate about that leadership and show people that something new can be invented that's worthwhile to them and that there's value to them. And they don't know it until they see it, right? Until someone comes along and says, this is exciting. I invented it. It's going to be really worthwhile to you. And, given we're at the cutting edge of all sorts of various of these topics, leadership and communication of that, right, and laying that out, I think is a key aspect to show people, and that's obviously part of awareness. That's key part of obviously branding of what of who we are.
In that vein, I have to share with you, when Dan Golden was running NASA, he told me he'd been at a town hall meeting and pushing meteorological satellites. There was a skeptic in the audience who said to him, why do we need meteorological satellites? We have the Weather Channel.
Sounds like an awareness topic.
Excellent. All right. Any last questions for Undersecretary DeBar?
Hey, this is Scott Campbell. This has been a very thought-provoking, evocative meeting. Congratulations all the way around. But I just wanted to say one more thing. I thought Samantha had the idea of the day. The country's facing an educational crisis with COVID, and it's not going to be over anytime soon. And I think we should really seize the opportunity by working with secondary schools and universities and even foundations in education to help us get through this period. We have so much to offer, and we want to encourage STEM learning anyway. This could be a wonderful moment for us, for DOE, to really explain to much larger audience in a powerful way how much what we're doing, how important science and technology are to our nation and to our youth. So I just wanted to drive that message home again. I think Samantha hit it on the head. I think we need to really think about jumping on this opportunity and making the most of it. Thanks.
I walked out of that earlier session and I've already directed the national labs to do what Samantha recommended. Speed of government sometimes is a little faster than maybe other times.
That's daunting. Thank you.
It's nice having friends in high places. Well, again, thank you, everybody. Just so the full SEAB knows, there are two things. One, there's no public comments today. No one requested it, and that's fine. Although there was a fair number of the press dialed in today, so we hope that they walked away with some very terrific information. I will tell you that next Monday, the working groups are all going to participate in a virtual tour of Oak Ridge National Laboratory, and where we're going to have almost like the educational videos that you talked about, where there's going to be videos and presentations. But because you're the SEAB, you also will have the benefit of being able to dial in and have question and answer. So this is support of the working groups that we're going forward with in space, artificial intelligence, innovation, and branding. So just FYI on that. So if you weren't on one of those working groups but are interested in that, obviously we would certainly throw the door open to you as well on that. I would certainly like to thank my helpers, the people I can't live without, Allison Mills, Anusha Ramaswamy, also Mike Tryon and Alicia Ford, who make life bearable for me. But also the NETL support staff here has been fantastic. So again, do come here sometime. It's definitely worth it. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Chairwoman Holub. I guess we could wind it up if you're so inclined, ma'am.
Okay, I really don't have anything to say. It's been a fascinating day and very educational and motivational again. And I always like to hear about the science and technology going on in the labs. I think it's a treasure that the whole country should cherish. So look forward to seeing all of you again and doing this again. So thank you. You guys stay safe. Have a good day.
Very good. We are adjourned.
Be well.
Great. Stay well.
Thank you.
Really great. Thank you, guys. You kept it rolling, so that was awesome. Well, I know, but you two too.